Phoenix Knights. Chapter 32:16 Immortal Kings Each One. Chapter 32:16 Immortal Kings Each One. When Longchen stepped onto the 91st stair, he felt heaven and earth twisting around him, and even the scenery around him vanished from sight. Everything around him was in chaos. He felt wild winds and flickering lightning. This is heavenly Tao energy? Longchen hadn't expected this. The honing heavenly staircase was actually controlling heavenly Tao energy. Its heavenly might was not much inferior to his own heavenly tribulation. Furthermore, this heavenly might was tearing at his body, grinding away at his will and corroding his soul, trying to make him admit defeat. The moment he stepped foot on this stair, he felt as if he had turned transparent. Foreign power pierced through his body, while his flesh and soul were undergoing a painful grinding. The more he resisted, the greater that power. However, Longchen's will was firm. He ignored this pain and continued climbing. With every step he took, the honing heavenly staircase shuddered. It was as if the world was rocking with it. In the distance, the Luo family's experts watched nervously. The 95th stair. Luo Shui clenched her fists tightly. Longchen had gone so far. He was only a bit off from the top. Longchen's dragon scales were now glowing. Waves of dragon might came from them, and a dragon roar rang out, mixing with the roaring of the heavenly Das. At some point, black clouds roiling with lightning had appeared in the sky. The might of the heavens shook people's souls. I heard that starting at the 90th step, the heavenly Das becomes the whetstone that grinds and polishes you, allowing you to unleash your sharpness. Regretfully, other than the family head, no one else has reached there. The family head has never mentioned what happened on the honing heavenly staircase either, said one of the Luo family's elders. Only when Longchen reached that level did they understand that the true honing started with the last final steps. As for them, they weren't even qualified to come into contact with that honing. In front of that heavenly might, people had to bend down and cower. Who had the guts to resist the heavens? Even if you had the guts, you needed a strong enough physical body. After all, you could have guts but not the conditions to back it up. Just as the Luo family's experts were discussing it, Longchen once more pressed onwards, climbing 2 steps in one go and reaching the 97th stair. Just then, the scenery changed once more. In front of Longchen appeared a waterfall dashing down upon him. Longchen's body shook as this waterfall contained the power of the 10,000 Das. Traces of blood began to leak out of his dragon scales. This honing heavenly staircase really is something good. Longchen was surprised as he sensed this power. As expected, every single major power possessed its own treasures. There was no way to estimate the value of this divine item. If he had come here earlier, then his last tribulation might not have been so dangerous. This item was the best thing for tempering a person's will. It could be considered one of the fastest paths to make a person stronger. Boom! On the 98th step, lightning fell on Longchen's body, and the immense power popped all over his scales. At this moment, space began to solidify, time turned slow, and sound became ephemeral. Longchen could hear his bones creaking. Whether it was the pressure of the mind or the flesh, it had doubled. Without the golden dragon battle armor, his body would probably have been flattened. Longchen took a deep breath and stepped toward the 99th step. Longchen grunted. The space above him collapsed, and he was almost crushed. Now it was as if the entire cosmos was above his head, trying to crush him and take his life. Longchen frowned and roared. His hair flew in the wild wind as all his power erupted. Cracks appeared in the space above him. Boom! At this moment, the void exploded, transforming into fragments of space-time. Longchen then coughed up a mouthful of blood, cracks covering his entire body. After that, the pressure was gone, and Longchen looked behind him, smiling. He had finally succeeded. Success! Bai Xiaole cheered. Luo Bing, Luo Shui, and the others also shouted excitedly. After so many years, someone had finally ascended the honing heavenly staircase. Longchen didn't disappoint them. At the top, Longchen saw another staircase, startling him. Was there more? However, When he stepped foot onto it, he found that it was nothing more than an ordinary staircase. It continued to a stone house. Within this barren mountaintop, there was only a single, lonely, exceedingly simple stone hut. There was a stone stele in front of it with various weapons stabbed into it. Only the handles were exposed, so it wasn't possible to tell what sort of weapons they were. There was also a figure sitting on top of the stele. His back was facing Long Chin, as straight as a javelin. His hair reached his shoulders, and each strand was perfectly straight like steel wires. He was like a mountain, immovable. He was the family head of the Luo family, the one who had saved the Luo family from a crisis. He was the only supreme master of the Luo family, the legendary figure, Luo Zichuan. Staring at his back, Long Chin felt his heart quickening. Despite this person not releasing any aura, he gave Long Chin a sense of pressure that was even greater than what he had sensed from Emputa. He didn't know if it was because this person was his grandfather, causing him to be nervous. Only through his mouth could he learn about his mother's whereabouts. "You should not have come," Luo Zichuan spoke, his voice flat and cold. It wasn't aloof and out of touch with reality, but it still gave off a feeling that made others not dare to defy him. It was as if his voice was a divine edict that could not be defied. "Why not?" Long Chin took a deep breath and did his best to keep his voice calm. Luo Zichuan slowly turned and Long Chin finally saw his face. He looked to be in his 40s and was very handsome. The most handsome man that Long Chin had ever met was young Master Changchuan, but this Luo Zichuan was not inferior to him at all. The most unforgettable thing about him was his pair of violet eyes. They were like amethysts, and divine light was present deep within those eyes. It was as if stars were flowing within them. When those eyes stared at him, Long Chen's body shuddered. He felt like all his secrets were exposed in front of them. These eyes could see through a person's heart and soul. Hence, Long Chen turned ice cold. It was as if he was stripped and thrown into a land of ice and snow. Luo Zichuan's eyes contained a dark killing intent. He said, "Because I will kill you. Outsiders cannot be permitted to stain the Luo family's bloodline." Chapter 32:17 Fury Explodes. Chapter 32:17 Fury Explodes. Long Chen's heart pounded. He didn't know whether or not Luo Zichuan was trying to swindle information out of him. "I don't know what Senior is talking about." Luo Zichuan's violet eyes glowed. He shook his head. "As expected, once the blood of outsiders stains it, even my violet blood race's pride is lost. You really disappoint me. Although it doesn't matter whether you make me happy or disappoint me, you won't be able to escape your death in either case. However, for you to be such a coward, it's really disgusting. It proves that my decision is correct." Long Chen raged. "What are you talking about?" Luo Zichuan's words provoked Long Chen's fury. If it weren't for his mother, would he have to suffer such a grievance? For his mother, he could only endure. But now he felt his dignity being trampled on, and he couldn't control his anger. In the face of Long Chen's anger, Luo Zichuan coldly said, "When Chan Wu went to see you, he brought back a photographic jade of you, and I instantly recognized you. That stubborn gaze is practically identical to your mother's. Everything you are doing is just in search of your mother. You actually ascended to the immortal world? You should have continued to endure until you became an immortal king. Perhaps by running rampant in other regions, you could see enough to find your mother. Regretfully, youngsters really are youngsters. They like to walk shortcuts and take risks, without realizing just how devastating the consequences of failure are. I, Luo Zichuan, have killed countless people in my lifetime, and now I actually have to kill my own grandson. Just thinking about it, don't you think it's ironic?" Long Chen was shaken. So Luo Zichuan had long since seen through his identity. Long Chen had actually thought himself smart by coming here to see if he could dredge up something about his mother, but he was too naive. "If you know that I'm your grandson, why do you want to kill me? Why did you imprison my mother? Are you even human?" Upon realizing this, Long Chen's eyes reddened and he roared with fury. Thinking of how his mother was once imprisoned in that ice land, Long Chen felt like a blade was stabbing him. She walked the wrong path. Naturally, she must take responsibility for her own failures, said Luo Zichuan coldly. Bullshit! Is choosing your own lover something wrong? Luo Zichuan was still icily calm in front of Long Chen's anger. He indifferently said, She is from the bloodline of the Luo family, and she possessed the only potential to awaken the immemorial bloodline. Then her child would definitely inherit the ancestral bloodline of the violet blood race. That's why she had to marry within the family, for the resurgence of the violet blood race, to pass on this lost inheritance. What dog's hit logic is that? You think my mother is some tool for breeding? Some bargaining chip for the resurgence of some lost race? What dog's hit pride? You are nothing more than a sanctimonious hypocrite, cursed Longchen. He was mad with rage. How could such a father exist in this world? Luo Zichuan coldly said, Every person has their own responsibility within this world. Your mother was the only hope of the violet blood race rising, and she knew what she was carrying on her shoulders. However, her willfulness has thrown millions of lives of the family in peril. Do you know that the peace of the immortal world is about to shatter? Do you know that the price of her actions is countless lives of the Luo family? Do you know that she possesses a sacred body that is restricted by the heavenly Taoists? She can only have one child in this life. In other words, if she wants a second child, you must die. So I can only kill you. This is for the Luo family. It doesn't matter if you hate me or curse me. Even if I have to carry the name of infamy for eternity, I will still kill you. Immortal King Zichuan? Might as well be dogs hit Zichuan. You lack the ability, so you pass the burden on to your own child. Although I am nothing more than a newcomer in the immortal world, I know that I will carry my own burdens. If I can't, I won't force others to carry them instead. Life and death are up to the heavens. So sacrificing others for your own gain is the style of your Luo family? I spit on you. If you want to kill me, then come. Let's see just how you kill me today. My creed in life is to look down on death, to fight to the death against anyone who tries to suppress me. Come. I won't have mercy on you just because you're my grandfather. Longchen roared and his black saber appeared in his hand. He pointed it at Luo Zichuan. Even if he was facing a world king, even if it was his own grandfather, his will to fight still overflowed. His anger had nowhere else to go, so he could only fight. The life and death of the Luo family had nothing to do with him. He only cared about his mother. Giant families like this in the immortal world didn't have familial emotions to speak of. Longchen didn't have a sense of belonging in this place or anywhere in the immortal world. The people here didn't have many familial emotions, and what they had was a sense of profit. For profit, they could sacrifice anything. That was the most unacceptable thing for Longchen. Luo Zichuan nodded with Long Chen's saber pointed at him. Not bad. You do have some of the Luo family's backbone. Backbone? Are you joking? If the Luo family had any backbone at all, they wouldn't sacrifice a single girl's emotions while struggling on death's door. Sneered Longchen, spitting on this praise. Luo Zichuan didn't defend himself. He stood and descended from the stone steel. After that, he rubbed the steel, lost in memories. He muttered, I don't even know how many years it has been since I last fought. Every saber here has its own story. If I directly killed you, you might not admit defeat even in death. Since you're in the Four-Peak realm, I'll suppress my realm to the Four-Peak realm. No need. Otherwise, if I kill you with one blow, I won't have the face to see my mother. Sneered Longchen. Hearing this statement, Luo Zichuan looked at Longchen oddly. After a long moment, he said, Are you prepared to die? You're wrong. As long as I still have a single breath left in me, I won't admit defeat. Even in front of Imputa, I didn't cower. As for you, perhaps I can't defeat you, but you can't kill me, said Longchen coldly. The most painful thing for Longchen was that if it was anyone else, he could fight using his normal style, trading life for life. But he couldn't do so against Luo Zichuan. If Luo Zichuan died, would his mother forgive him? Longchen was hesitating over this matter. He didn't know what he should do. Luo Zichuan shook his head. You're very arrogant. Unfortunately, your power doesn't match your arrogance. Do you really think that your current self is unmatched in this realm? I'll put it bluntly. You are nothing more than a frog at the bottom of a well. You have not seen any true experts yet. Luo Zichuan pressed his hand against the steel. With a light sound, a saber popped out of the steel and landed in his hand. This blade's name is Blooddrinker. Blooddrinker was the name of an ancient battle god of the barbarian race. The weapons of his subordinates were all named Blooddrinker regardless of quality. When that battle god died, his entire branch fought to the death with him. The Blooddrinker sabers were almost all lost. In the Divine Flame realm, I happened to find one. Although its quality is only at the spirit item level, it has accompanied me throughout the 9 prefectures and has slain countless experts. Others called it the Blooddrinker Wild Saber. As for myself, before becoming an immortal king, they called me Wild Saber Zichuan. Prepare yourself. I'm about to attack. Looking at this saber, Luo Zichuan seemed to be recollecting his youth. A fire ignited in his eyes. Longchen raised his saber. His essence, qi, and spirit were at his peak. Luo Zichuan gracefully swung his saber. It was like a bolt of lightning descending from the heavens, slashing toward Longchen. Longchen hastily blocked, only for him to be shocked that he was blocking nonsense. As an intense sensation of death enveloped him, he instinctively tilted his head backward. Blood splashed through the air. Chapter 32:18 The Difference. Chapter 32:18 The Difference. Longchen was shocked. Just now, he had clearly blocked it. So why had he missed? If he hadn't dodged quickly enough, his head would have already fallen to the ground. It was his first time seeing such a bizarre move. Icy sweat soaked his back. That attack is based on the principle of time that I comprehended in the Divine Flame realm. Although it's nothing more than the barest scratch of the surface to that principle, it allowed me to be unmatched in the same realm. Your timing, speed, angle, and power were all correct. Unfortunately, you don't understand that time is the toughest Tao path in this world. The reason you could be unmatched in the Heavenly Swell domain is because your enemies were useless, not because you are so powerful. If we were born in the same generation, you would have become one of the ghosts beneath my blade, a stepping stone for my own cultivation. Luo Zichuan's saber was pointed towards the ground. He stared at Longchen like an emperor looking at a peasant. Time and space are the foundation of the heavenly Taos. Only someone close to the heavenly Taos can comprehend them. Is that so amazing? Sneered Longchen. Longchen rubbed the blood off of his neck. The wound instantly healed. His gaze was icy. He knew that he had encountered an expert that was terrifying to the peak. The laws of time and space. Longchen also tried to delve into their profundities. However, he wasn't close to the heavenly Taos. He was expelled by them. How could he research them? It wasn't that he didn't want to research them, but that the heavenly Taos would not permit him to research them. Now that this matter was also mentioned, he was further incensed. It's my turn! Longchen's black saber transformed into a bolt of black lightning hacking towards Luo Zichuan. His immense spiritual strength locked onto Luo Zichuan. Right now, Luo Zichuan had suppressed his cultivation base to the same realm as Longchen. Longchen could directly lock onto him. The only gratifying thing was that with his realm suppressed, he could still be locked down by mental power. In other words, in the same realm, his mental power was far inferior. Showing off brute power is not the essence of the Saber Tao. You're disappointing me more. Luo Zichuan snorted and swung his own saber. When Longchen's saber fell, in one single exchange, he heard 8 collisions. His arm trembled. His power had been reduced 8 times. Originally, he had been trying to use this mental energy lock to force Luo Zichuan into a direct exchange. Then he would have the advantage, as he was using his strength against his opponent's weakness. However, when their sabers collided, Luo Zichuan's saber quivered rapidly. The power of his attack was reduced 8 times, and was easily blocked by Luo Zichuan. Suddenly, a sensation of danger filled Longchen. Golden dragon scales appeared on his left arm. He hastily raised his arm behind him. A saber slashed into his arm from a bizarre angle, cutting it all the way to the bone. Even the golden dragon scales were unable to block this saber. If it weren't for his tough bones, his arm would have been severed. Your sense of danger isn't bad. But your head is a bit foolish. As I thought, you shouldn't be in this world. When Luo Zichuan's icy voice entered Long Chen's ears, his anger once more flared. Shut up! Long Chen's saber danced. In his fury, he didn't care if this was his grandfather or not. He was going all out, attacking in a suicidal manner that forced his opponent to exchange injury for injury. He had no choice but to go all out. Immortal King had suppressed his realm to the same as his. He hadn't even used his violet blood chi, but he was still suppressing him. Long Chen had never faced such a setback. If he lost, he would be killed. He couldn't possibly care any longer about this grandfather of his. His saber fought against death. No skill or rhythm. It's just random hacking like some ruffian. My Luo family's blood has been completely wasted on you. Luo Zichuan's saber was both light and heavy. It changed specifically to counter any move that Long Chen made. Luo Zichuan easily countered him. Long Chen's techniques that had forced countless people to choose between life and death were like child's play in front of Luo Zichuan. His saber simply easily resolved his attacks. An occasional lethal attack would sometimes strike, at such a perfect timing that Long Chen couldn't even attempt to dodge. He could only use his body to block. In just a few short moments, Long Chen's body was riddled with wounds. Boom! Luo Zichuan suddenly shouted, and his saber hacked down. Long Chen blocked, only to be shocked by how Luo Zichuan's lithe saber was suddenly emitting explosive power. His saber went flying out of his hands, and he tumbled back. He didn't know if it was a coincidence, but the direction he was sent flying was the honing heavenly staircase. When he landed on top of it, he instantly felt a terrifying current crash down upon him. Long Chen tumbled down the staircase, all the way to the foot of the mountain. At last, he smashed into the hard rock at the bottom, leaving a human-shaped imprint with countless cracks around it. Just then, a saber also plummeted down from the sky, stabbing into the rock beside him. That saber was his black saber. Long Chen looked back up the honing heavenly staircase. He stared into the clouds. He felt a pair of eyes staring arrogantly down at him. Those eyes were icy, not with disdain, but apathy. That made him even more incensed. Long Chen stood. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The world spun around him, and he collapsed just like that. What's going on? Where's the honing heavenly staircase? Just as Long Chen reached the 99th stair of the honing heavenly staircase, it vanished from sight. Even the mountain was gone. It was shrouded in mist. Bai Shella cried out in shock. It's unclear. Perhaps the family head has something he wishes to communicate with Long Chen that he doesn't want others to see, said Luo Chanwu. However, at the same time, he felt a sense of unease, as if something bad was about to happen. However, this mysterious father of his didn't tell him, his own son, what he was thinking. He couldn't do anything about it. He could only wait with everyone else. After an unknown amount of time passed, Long Chen woke up. While he was unconscious, the primal chaos space automatically helped him recover. When he woke up, he was once more at full power. Long Chen took a deep breath. He pulled his saber out of the ground and rested it on his shoulder. Without a word, he once more charged up the honing heavenly staircase. He once more arrived in front of the stone hut. Luo Zichuan was standing beside the stone stele, seemingly waiting for him. Luo Zichuan had already placed his blood drinker saber back into the stele. He pressed his hand against the stele once more. Another saber leapt into Luo Zichuan's hand. That saber was actually a dragon saber. A dragon bone? Long Chen was stunned when he saw this saber. This saber was actually made out of a dragon bone. Chapter 32:19 Sharpening. Chapter 32:19 Sharpening. This saber is called Jie. Jia is a rune amongst second-generation Jiuli immortal characters. It is the name of the reverse dragon. A dragon has 9 sons, all of them different. One is a defiant son, Jia. Upon reaching adulthood, Jia gave rise to 2 reverse scales. Jia liked to kill and devour his own race. Jia was cruel but liked to act like a good person. Jia was evil yet liked to deceive people. Jia was an evil sword amongst dragons, and this saber is an ancient remnant. Although its divine energy has all run out, its murderous aura has not lessened. When I obtained it, I liked its sharpness, and I challenged experts from outside my domain. In 10 years, not one person could oppose me. This saber-holding stone behind me is a collection of my life. Every saber has its own story. I wonder how many you can endure? Luo Zichuan looked at Longchen with his bone saber in hand. This bone saber made him think of Dragonbone Evil Moon. Evil Moon was pitch black, but this bone saber was white as jade. This bone saber looked as if it had been eroded with age. It was most likely incredibly old. No matter how powerful the weapon, it could not escape the encroachment of time. However, this dragon bone seemed to contain an evil spirit. Once it was released, it would devour people's souls. Longchen raised his saber once more. Come! Luo Zichuan didn't stand on courtesy. With a single step, he seemed to teleport, appearing to Longchen's left side. His saber slashed towards his ribs. The angle was perfectly calculated to be the most difficult for Longchen to defend. Boom! Longchen tilted his arm, surprisingly using the hilt to block the bone saber. He was sent flying back, and as he did so, he swung his saber to the side, aiming for Luo Zichuan's head. Luo Zichuan raised his saber and blocked. Both sides instantly separated. One attacked perfectly, one defended dangerously. After this exchange, the two of them had switched positions. Not bad. You're not thinking so rigidly about only using the blade. It can count as a slight improvement. But it won't change your fate of being killed, said Luo Zichuan, a trace of praise finally appearing in his eyes. After saying that, he once more attacked. His attack was simple, straightforward, direct. It was his first time unleashing such a single attack against Longchen. Longchen didn't receive it. Instead, taking advantage of the length of his saber, he forcibly attacked Luo Zichuan. He had to take the initiative, or he would die to his hands. Luo Zichuan's saber was extremely long, almost stupidly so. It was rather awkward to use, to the point that it could be considered a fatal weakness. But it was also its strong point as well. Whenever Longchen was unable to endure, he could take advantage of its length to attack. This would give him opportunities and give him a chance to breathe. However, the slightest misjudgment would spell his end. He would have to pay a terrible price. Originally, Longchen expected Luo Zichuan would be forced to retreat. But his bone saber seemed to come to life. Like a dragon, it passed through Longchen's saber and pierced his chest. Despite already moving back as the bone saber stabbed towards his chest, Longchen was unable to completely avoid it. He didn't even have time to use his dragon scale armor before his body was pierced. A flexible saber! Longchen's expression changed. This dragon bone blade was almost alive. It could be soft or hard. The moment it stabbed him, he felt a sharp pain throughout his body, as if there was some powerful poison on top of it. The most shocking and enraging thing for Longchen was that in front of Luo Zichuan, the power that he was so proud of could never be unleashed. Whether it was his astral power, his divine flame energy, his golden dragon power, his thunder force, his flame energy, there was no way to use any of them. The moment that he did, it was true that his power would grow explosively, but at the same time, his speed would be impacted. No matter how powerful the move, it was useless if it couldn't strike his opponent. Luo Zichuan's moves flowed perfectly like water. Every single one of his attacks forced him back. It was as if they were playing chess, and Luo Zichuan was attacking steadily. One wrong move, and Longchen's board would collapse. Ultimately, Longchen was always forced to play passively. No matter what he did, he could only buy a few breaths. Luo Zichuan was constantly suppressing him. He had no opportunity to unleash any bigger moves. Luo Zichuan's attacks were too fast. In fact, he couldn't even unleash small moves. Most of the time, he was forced to passively defend. This was Long Chen's first time encountering such a terrifying saber master. He had never imagined that a single saber could show a million transformations. Every part of the saber contained profundities to take advantage of. Compared to Luo Zichuan, he was like a local ruffian fighting a master of their craft. They simply weren't on the same level. This feeling of powerlessness was one that sparked despair. The difference was too great. Long Chen was the dual champion of the 9 Prefecture Convention. He had drawn heavenly tribulation that killed countless experts. For him to now receive such a blow, it was like a hammer leaving stars in his eyes. That dragon-bone saber was sometimes like a roaring dragon, and sometimes like a viper striking out of its cave. Its attacks were sometimes sharp, yet sometimes mighty. It left Long Chen bloodied. Long Chen fought with his life on the line, but there was no way for him to bypass the saber, nor could he completely stop it. When Long Chen had discussed the Tao, he had said that all techniques had their flaws. Thus, attacking with a styleless style was the correct choice. However, Luo Zichuan's techniques were all brilliant. There might be flaws, but they were completely covered up. Furthermore, if an opening did appear for just a glimmer, despite seeing it, there was no way for him to grasp it. Boom! Long Chen bitterly fought for an hour. They exchanged thousands of blows. Luo Zichuan's techniques continued to come out in an unending stream, not one of them repeating. Suddenly, an opening was grasped by Luo Zichuan, and Long Chen was once more sent tumbling down the honing heavenly staircase. Long Chen once more landed at the bottom. His saber stabbed into the rock beside him. He once more coughed up blood and fainted. After sending him down, Luo Zichuan slowly reinserted his bone saber into the stone steel. He stood there at the peak, his arms clasped behind him. His violet eyes stared at the foot of the mountain, through the layers of clouds. He saw the bloody, unconscious Long Chen. His handsome face was completely expressionless. Long Chen woke up. Looking at his bloodied robes, he thought to himself that it was fortunate that he had expected to encounter the expected on the honing heavenly staircase. He had already put on some ordinary clothes that he didn't care about. Long Chen stood up. His clothes were a complete mess, but he didn't care. He once more picked up his saber, took a deep breath, and climbed up the honing heavenly staircase. Despite his torn clothes and his bloodied appearance, his back was still straight. His will was still solid. His steps were steady. He walked up without the slightest fear. However, even Long Chen himself was completely unaware that his aura was starting to change. It was just like a dull blade was being sharpened, allowing it to reveal its sharp light. Chapter 32:28 Fair Battle. Chapter 32:28 Fair Battle. As saber light flashed like lightning, thunderous sounds rang out, and even the void was sliced apart. 2 sabers continued to whistle, unleashing overwhelming saber chi. Long Chen didn't even know how many times he had been sent tumbling down the honing heavenly staircase. Every time he got back up, Luo Zichuan switched to a different saber. Every saber had its own history, its own particularities, and its own techniques. Every time Long Chen thought that he was grasping the style, when he came back up, he found that everything that he had grasped about the previous saber was useless. Boom! Long Chen fought Luo Zichuan's tempest of attacks for 6 hours before being sent down the honing heavenly staircase once more. He left a hole in the rocks below yet again. Long Chen was incensed. In the last 3 fights, he had finally grasped something. Although he was still suppressed, he was able to last longer and longer, so he saw the hope of victory. In that last attack, in the 6-hour fight, he had attacked 16 times, taking the initiative those 16 times. Despite seeing hope, he was still defeated. Luo Zichuan's saber techniques were completely ephemeral, so there was no pattern for Long Chen to grasp. It seemed like there was no particular rule to his moves. Every move seemed to come without any warning. The most infuriating thing to Long Chen was that no matter what he did, Luo Zichuan suppressed him. Once he was suppressed, he began to exhaust his power, and after being exhausted to a certain extent, he would be sent flying. He was like a drowning person being beaten in the water, not being given any breathing room. Every fight was a sullen one. Once he couldn't hold on any longer, he was sent flying. Even now, he couldn't find any way to counter Luo Zichuan, and could only continue to fight with his life on the line. Also, he couldn't understand just how such terrifying high-tempo attacks were not exhausting Luo Zichuan at all. The most dejecting thing was that from the start, Luo Zichuan was fighting with the cultivation base of the Four-Peak realm. Long Chun had never felt so stifled in his life. Fortunately, his will was tough, and he refused to admit defeat. As he fought Luo Zichuan, he also learned his techniques, using his own moves against him. Once Long Chun recovered, he clenched his teeth and charged up the staircase once more. He was so used to it that he reached the peak in almost an instant. As soon as he saw Luo Zichuan, he directly attacked without saying a word. This time, Luo Zichuan was using a golden saber. It was a rarely seen curved saber that was like a crescent moon. His techniques once more changed. He seemed to be one with his saber, and Long Chun didn't even get a single chance to counterattack. Facing a torrent of saber images, Long Chun didn't even last 2 hours before being sent flying. Long Chun couldn't help cursing. He had definitely been scammed. He refused to believe that Luo Zichuan had mastered so many saber forms while in the Four-Peak realm. Even if he worked to death, he couldn't have mastered so many. Those saber forms all required endless training and drilling to be able to flow so smoothly. For Luo Zichuan to say that he wasn't bullying Long Chun, he was absolutely shameless. Despite that, Long Chun clenched his teeth and charged back up. Now, Luo Zichuan had switched to a dual saber style. As a result, Long Chun couldn't even last a single hour before being sent flying again. Long Chun was shocked. Luo Zichuan was practically a monster who had walked the saber Dao to the pinnacle. With 2 sabers in his hands, it was like Long Chun was fighting 2 people at once. Long Chun was completely unable to fight back or even see his opponent's moves clearly before being knocked down. Anyone else would have despaired, but Long Chun charged back up. Time passed bit by bit. Long Chun was being knocked down over and over, but he always charged back up. Luo Zichuan continued to switch saber forms, but Long Chun gradually managed to last longer. One time, Long Chun felt like he was on the verge of exhaustion, about to be sent flying again. However, just at that moment, his pores opened, and a huge amount of life energy poured into him from every direction. It was like someone who was drowning was given a chance to peek his head out of the water and take a deep breath. In that moment, Long Chun almost shouted from emotion. He seemed to have grasped how to breathe. Boom! With that breath, his aura exploded and even his senses grew clear. His saber then smashed into Luo Zichuan's saber, which resulted in both of them shaking and retreating a few steps. Long Chun had an excited expression. He felt like he had finally grasped something and the world had grown clear. His mind had gone through a baptism. Luo Zichuan shook his head. It took you this long just to grasp the power of heaven and earth. You are the most foolish person that I've met. Since you have comprehended the power of heaven and earth, I can finally kill you with ease. All this effort to make you comprehend this power was just to give you a chance to fight fairly. Kill me or be killed by me. You can only choose one. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Luo Zichuan pressed his hand against the stone steel again. It then shuddered, and violet light soared into the heavens. At this moment, a heaven-shaking saber cry rang out. And with it, a long and ancient violet saber appeared in Luo Zichuan's hand. This saber had violet chi surrounding it. It rumbled, drowning out all the other sounds of the world. Other than the saber cry, no other sound could be heard. A light appeared in Luo Zichuan's eyes as he eyed this saber. He seemed to have finally come out of his sheath. He said, "This saber's name is Violet Fern. It is a divine weapon that the Violet blood race forged with special techniques in ancient times. However, this kind of secret art has long since been lost with the decline of the Violet blood race. All of my sabers were found by myself, and only this violet fern is different. It was given to me. This saber is what gave me the power to pull the Luo family out of crisis and make it reach its current glory. It is also what activated my violet blood divine pupils, which is what allowed your mother to inherit the immemorial bloodline. But that was ruined by you. You are not guilty, but for the family, I must kill you. Once I resolve this accident, everything will go back to the correct path. I will not let anyone block the path of the resurgence of my violet blood race. You talk so much. But you're still an old fogey who doesn't hesitate to sacrifice the happiness of your daughter for the family. You turned your own daughter into a tool for breeding. I really look down on people like you. Let's not waste more words. Come. I will use my own power to defeat you. I will show you that your so-called bloodline is nothing more than a huge joke. Long Chen's anger once more flared when his mother was brought up. This stubborn old man really was obstinate. Down to his very core, Luo Zichuan rejected Long Chen. That was the greatest insult Long Chen had ever experienced. At this point, Long Chen had comprehended countless principles of the Saber Tao throughout their fight. He had also grasped how to breathe, so he no longer had any misgivings. Stamping his foot on the ground, he shot forward like a bolt of lightning, his saber slashing toward Luo Zichuan. Chapter 32:20 When the Grand Tao is Formless. Chapter 32:20 When the Grand Tao is formless, the two sabers clashed, causing an explosion of violet qi and black qi. As a result, the mountain rocked and a wild qi wave spread in every direction. In the Luo family, countless experts stared in the direction of the honing heavenly staircase. However, it was shrouded in mist, so they couldn't see what was happening. They could only hear metal clashing. It had been over 10 days, and that sound continued all this time. Qin Feng, Bai Xiaola, Su Zixiong, and the others had no idea what was going on. The Luo family's disciples were also confused. Today, the sound started once more, but they also saw black and violet qis twining around each other like two giant dragons, soaring into the heavens, shaking the stars. Within the roiling mist, they just barely managed to see two silhouettes, but nothing more. Within the mist, Long Chen and Luo Zichuan's sabers were still interlocked. Their gazes were as sharp as their sabers as they stared at each other. It was like two invisible blades were clashing as well, and space twisted wildly. This was a clash of mental strength. You're improving quickly, but you're still a fool. You don't understand how to use the Tao. All that brute power of yours has nowhere to go. A cultivator must understand that light and dark are two sides of the same coin. Life and death, existence and non-existence, long and short, high and low, the end of one signifies the birth of the other. If a cultivator doesn't understand this, they are like a phoenix with no wings, a dragon with no claws, the heavens without the sun, moon, and stars, the earth without rivers and lakes. When there is no cycle of life, that is true death. Even the heavenly Taoists are incomplete, leaving space to grow. You already know that you are lacking things, but you refuse to borrow the power of the heavenly Taoists. That is truly the pinnacle of foolishness. Luo Zichuan looked at Long Chen coldly. Suddenly, violet qi burst out of his saber, and Long Chen felt an immense power knock him back several steps. With every step, he left a footprint on this stone mountain. The hardness of this mountain surpassed that of a treasure item. Even all this fighting hadn't damaged it. However, this time, it was as if Long Chen was being pressed down by the power of the heavenly Taoists. He felt like his bones would shatter. When he stabilized himself, he almost coughed up a mouthful of blood. What a huge joke! I want to borrow that power, but do you think the heavenly Taoists would allow me to? Even without it, I can still beat you, roared Long Chen. Previously, Luo Zichuan had only been fighting Long Chen with his basic saber arts. Now, he was using the power of the heavenly Taoists. As for Long Chen, he was rejected by the heavenly Taoists and unable to use that power. On the martial heaven continent, he was capable of forcibly absorbing the power of heaven and earth for himself. But in the immortal world, it was no longer possible for him to force the heavenly Taoists to give him their power. Long Chun refused to submit to the heavenly Taoists. His hostility toward the heavenly Taoists had not diminished at all here. How could he submit to the heavenly Taoists and beg for its power? Luo Zichuan coldly shouted. The Grand Tao is formless, giving birth to heaven and earth. The Grand Tao is emotionless, moving the sun and moon. The Grand Tao is nameless, nourishing all life. All things within heaven and earth have their own orbit. Why would the heavenly Taoists only target you? That assumption is you covering your eyes with a leaf so that you don't see the mountain. The true heavenly Taoists are formless, emotionless, and nameless. The heavenly Taoists are simply the executors of the laws of heaven and earth. For you to think that the heavenly Taoists are targeting you is nothing more than a fanciful thought from you. Just like in society, you can't possibly obtain everyone's approval. If someone targets you, are you going to view that person's entire family as an enemy? Their entire race? The spring rain is a blessing for the farmer, while the pedestrian curses the mud. The autumn moon is like a mirror that beautiful women enjoy, but it is hated by the robbers. If even the heavens cannot satisfy everyone, how can a single person do that? Long Chun was shaken, especially by the final part of Luo Zichuan's words. Rain was both a blessing and a curse. The farmers' crops were nourished by it, but the travelers were forced to stay indoors or get muddy. The autumn moon was beautiful and bright. Friends and children would play beneath its light. But this light was what the robbers cursed, reflecting their ugliness. Even an omnipotent existence like heaven and earth could not satisfy everyone. So how could a single person obtain everyone's approval? Your darkness shrouds your heart, shrouding your sixth root, your sixth sense, and your sixth perception. The heavenly Taoists nourish all things in this world. Why would they single you out? Your foolishness is due to your conceit. The final 9 steps of the honing heavenly staircase are there to temper a person's arrogance. They must cast aside their arrogance and treat the heavenly Taoists with respect and gratitude. Then they will naturally feel the blessing of the heavenly Taoists. Water can carry a boat, but it can also drown it. To control the heavenly Taoists is like trying to stay afloat in the mighty waves. To be enemies with the heavenly Taoists and not receive their support, a single person will sooner or later drown beneath the turbulence. The heavenly Taoists do not specifically target anyone or specifically favor anyone. Your fate is in your own hands. It has nothing to do with the heavenly Taoists, said Luo Zichuan. Was that true? Long Chun felt lost. From the moment he had set foot in the cultivation world, he had been constantly targeted by heavenly tribulation. His heavenly tribulations were always different from other people's. Every single time, it was a tribulation that wanted to take his life. If anyone else said such words, he would definitely scoff at them. But these words were coming from Luo Zichuan, and they shook Long Chun. Think carefully. When you breathe, what power is it that is entering your body and helping you recover? Continued Luo Zichuan. An expression of disbelief appeared in Long Chen's eyes. With this one reminder, he instantly thought of something. In order to fight fairly with Luo Zichuan, since Luo Zichuan had suppressed his cultivation base, Long Chun also didn't use his astral power, nor did he immediately use the primal chaos space to recover from wounds. He thought that it was the primal chaos space's automatic healing abilities helping him recover. But with this reminder, he suddenly realized that it wasn't the primal chaos space. It was the power of the heavenly Taoists. It was heavenly Tao energy that helped him recover. Long Chun couldn't believe it. Long Chun raised his saber and slowly closed his eyes. His saber was an extension of his body that he used to sense this world. At this moment, heaven and earth fell silent. There was no sound. When he closed his eyes, he saw more. He saw Luo Zichuan's saber quivering according to a set rhythm. There were 8 most optimal attack angles based on that quivering. He saw the threads of violet qi as they circulated. In that instant, Long Chun had a feeling of absolute control. He was no longer viewing the world with his eyes but through the angle of the heavenly Taoists. He could clearly sense it. It was unbelievable. Now Long Chun understood just how big the gap was between him and Luo Zichuan. Before this, he was like a blind man. Now he could finally see. That feeling simply couldn't be described with words. Suddenly, a streak of violet light flew straight toward Long Chen's head like a bolt of lightning. Luo Zichuan had actually launched a killing blow with no warning at all. Chapter 32:22 Saber-Teller. Chapter 32:22 Saber-Teller. Long Chen then sent his saber piercing forward. Sparks flew as the tips of two sabers collided. The tip was the sharpest part of the saber. To use such a small surface area to block an opponent's attack was crazy. If others were present, they wouldn't be able to believe it. Luo Zichuan attacked without any warning. Every time, Long Chen was forced to rely on his sense of danger and immense combat experience to tell where the attack was coming from. Sometimes, he was clearly grasping where the attack would land, but he wouldn't be able to tell what kind of path it would take. So he was always flustered when he blocked. This time, it was different. He was focused on sensing the world and saw a completely different world. He felt like this world was under his control. The moment Luo Zichuan attacked, Long Chen grasped the orbit of his attack, and the tip of his saber perfectly stopped him. Luo Zichuan looked at Long Chen with a touch of praise in his violet eyes. Not bad. Conceit has its good points as well. Once you comprehend something, you won't doubt it. It can be said that you have grasped it. Only now did Long Chen understand that this grandfather of his had never wanted to kill him from the start. He had been using his own method to teach Long Chen what the Saber Tao was, and what the heavenly Taos were. If Luo Zichuan truly wanted to kill Long Chen, that last attack of his would have been impossible to dodge. Many thanks, family head. Long Chen put away his saber and bowed to Luo Zichuan. He was completely convinced by this terrifying grandfather of his. Today, he learned what it meant for there to be a heaven beyond the heavens. Thinking of how he had thought that he was unrivaled within the same realm, he had truly been as naive as a frog at the bottom of a well. Luo Zichuan looked at Long Chen with mixed emotions. You're foolish sometimes, yet intelligent other times. You're wise sometimes, yet impetuous at others. You're a mix of contradictions. I see light in your eyes but also darkness. There are too many variables on you that make people uneasy. To tell the truth, if it weren't for this saber, there's an 80% chance that I would have killed you. Are you still bothered by the bloodline problem? Long Chen's anger flowed once more. In the end, Luo Zichuan still didn't acknowledge him. Luo Zichuan nodded. Your violet blood has withered. I used my own violet chi to press you to the border of death, but your violet blood didn't react at all. No matter how great your talent, no matter how stunning your cultivation technique, without the violet blood, it still means nothing when it comes to the violet blood race. Do you know? If you had the violet blood, then as you grew, it would cause a resonance with the entire family's bloodline. On your own, you would be able to lead the entire Luo family to glory. This is the only chance of my Luo family rising before this time of peace comes to an end. Long Chen suddenly had a thought. His supreme blood was in Long Aoshan's body. He hadn't killed him on the Martial Heaven continent, leaving him alive as a tracker that could help Long Chen search for his father. If he did find Long Outyan later, he wondered if he could reclaim his supreme blood. Long Chen suddenly had a grand hope. He rejoiced that he hadn't directly killed Long Outyan back then. What does that have to do with your saber? Asked Long Chen. This saber was given to me by a mysterious saber-teller. At that time, my Luo family was in crisis. I asked him what the price was, and his answer was that in the future, my descendant had to go find him. After obtaining this violet fern, I awakened my violet pupils and violet blood power. I defeated the enemies surrounding us, settling the internal and external troubles, stabilizing the Luo family. That person never appeared again though. Even after all these years, there hasn't been the slightest trace of him. But when you entered the Luo family, Violet Fern let out a rumble. I knew that you are the descendant that the saber-teller spoke of. A person must keep their promises. That saber-teller allowed me to save the Luo family, so I naturally can't kill you, said Luo Zichuan. Long Chen was astonished by this. There was actually such a story? Saber-tellers. Long Chen had seen legends about them in the Academy's ancient texts. They bestowed precious sabers to people in urgent need and always forecast something that would occur. When that prophecy occurred, the saber-teller would once more appear to fulfill the initial promise. Saber-tellers were mysterious existences. There were many legends about them in history, but there were no true records about them. That was because saber-tellers were related to the secrets of heaven and earth. Thus, they could not be recorded. What was known about them was simply their ability to give prophecies and that they would lend sabers. Their promises must be fulfilled, or calamity would descend. The saber, the Tao, the follower. To use the saber is to follow the Tao. No followers, no Tao, the heavens collapse. With followers, one with the Tao, the heavens at peace. This was the only true record regarding saber-tellers that he had read in those ancient texts. Everything else was just legend. Long Chen had always thought that those saber-tellers were nothing more than legends. After all, he refused to believe that there was really such a thing as prophecy in this world. Hence, he hadn't expected such a thing to actually occur to him. This saber-teller had come during Luo Zichuan's youth. At that time, Luo Zichuan hadn't reached the immortal king realm, nor had he married and had children. How did the saber-teller know that after so many years, a youth that ascended from the lower plane would come to the Luo family? That was all so bizarre that he couldn't possibly believe that it was a coincidence. Just how did Luo Zichuan know this? Would he make such a mistake? There was also no way that he would bother making up such a lie. Thus, Long Chen was bewildered. All right, since you are the one that the saber-teller forecasts, that means that his prophecy has come true. I cannot kill you. Right now, I'm going to really start attacking. If you are killed now, that simply means that this is all a misunderstanding. I won't be holding back with the next attacks. Whether you live or die is up to how tough your life is. Luo Zichuan's saber rumbled and violet chi exploded out of it. After that, battle intent soared, and a sharp will locked onto Long Chen. Why do we have to keep fighting? Asked the startled Long Chen. Do you think that you've really comprehended the saber Tao? You're a long way off. If you want to be my grandson, you must have the power that I approve of. I will transmit my life's teachings to you. Comprehend it if you can. If you can't, you will be killed. Luo Zichuan once more became cold, his eyes emotionless. Then he'll ask the family head for some pointers. Long Chen's own battle-intent soared. Against a powerful expert, he didn't get discouraged at all. He thirsted to get stronger. Kill! Luo Zichuan and Long Chen shouted at the same time. It was like two claps of thunder. One old and one young expert charged at each other. Chapter 32:23 Perfection appears flawed. Chapter 32:23 Perfection appears flawed. Boom. Long Chen and Luo Zichuan were both sent flying, both of them speckled with blood. But Long Chen had more blood on him. You still dare to hold back at this time? Do you want to die? Barked Luo Zichuan. If I kill you, I won't be able to face my mother. She's had a hard enough time. I can't add to her pain. Blood slowly dripped down Long Chen's body, but his aura remained in its strongest state. Fool, if you don't use your full power, how will you comprehend the true Saber Tao? Without comprehending the true Saber Tao, you will be cut down by others. With your power, even 10,000 of you won't be able to kill me. Keep holding back and it'll kill you. Rather than dying to someone else in the future, it would be better for you to die to my hands. Luo Zichuan's eyes began to grow brighter until they were like two violet suns. A violet sea appeared behind him. For the first time, Luo Zichuan summoned his manifestation. Violet chi filled the world, and a majestic bloodline power was unleashed. In that instant, Long Chen felt the surrounding space press down on him fiercely. It was as if Luo Zichuan had become the ruler of this space, and a single thought from him could kill Long Chen. Long Chen was shocked. Luo Zichuan had said that he would only use his power to the limit of the Four-Peak realm. Hence, Long Chen hadn't expected him to become so terrifying after activating his primal bloodline. Despite being in the Four-Peak realm, his aura was far more terrifying than late-stage divine lords. With Luo Zichuan's primal bloodline activated and his manifestation out, Longchen felt an intense sense of danger. He knew that Luo Zichuan didn't want to kill him, but with him going all out, if Longchen couldn't receive this attack, he would definitely die. Even Luo Zichuan himself wouldn't be able to stop it. Divine Ring! Battle Armor! A pillar of light exploded out of Longchen, forcing back the violet qi. After that, a dragon roar resounded throughout this space, and the entire Luo family shuddered, its buildings creaking. In just a bit, cracks appeared in some buildings, and the Luo family's experts hastily activated the formations, protecting those buildings. Luo Chanwu, Qin Feng, Su Zixiong, Bai Xiala, Luo Bing, and the others all stared in shock in the direction of the honing heavenly staircase. They saw two pillars of light, one violet and one golden. They blasted away the clouds, piercing the firmament of the heavens and forming a giant vortex. It was even possible to see a twisted starry river within that vortex. It's been so many years since I've seen the family head's manifestation. Back then, with the violet sea over his head and the violet fern in his hand, he killed those powerful experts until they collapsed and fled in terror. Countless elders of the Luo family grew emotional when they saw the violet light. They had followed Luo Zichuan in that battle back then. They felt like they had returned to that period. I didn't expect that the family head would personally instruct Longchen. Even the three of us never got any pointers from him. Luo Chanwu bitterly smiled. His memories of his father were rather vague, and he didn't recall his father ever hugging him. The number of times that he had seen him did not surpass 10. Luo Zichuan was mysterious and emotionless. Others respected and revered him, treating him like a god. Not one person was ever capable of analyzing his thoughts. However, Luo Zichuan was personally guiding Longchen now. Furthermore, it had almost been 20 days. Looking at this scene, even Luo Chanwu didn't know what exactly he was feeling inside. As their sabers collided, divine light raged. Their sabers were wrapped with heavenly Tao energy, unleashing giant saber images that made it look like enormous sabers were clashing. It was like a battle of gods. This was Longchen's first time feeling so refreshed. He felt like he had limitless power, like Kunping swimming in the vast sea and soaring above the 9 heavens. He felt free. Boom! The two retreated at the same time. Luo Zichuan's violet qi returned within him, and Longchen deactivated his battle armor. Longchen was extremely grateful to Luo Zichuan, and he also felt great reverence for him. Luo Zichuan was definitely the strongest person Longchen had met. His attainments of the Saber Tao seemed to have reached a kind of peak. The current Longchen was a completely different person from before he had come to the Luo family. Thanks to Luo Zichuan's sharpening, he had turned from a dull blade to a divine blade, unleashing a brilliant light. The fight can end here. You have essentially comprehended 70% of my saber realm. The remaining 30% would only restrict you if I taught it to you. In that case, you would only ever become a second Luo Zichuan and never surpass me. Next, I will teach you some principles. Whether or not you can understand is up to yourself. Luo Zichuan sat lotus-style on the ground. Longchen also respectfully sat in front of him, listening with rapt attention. You have comprehended the saber realm but have neglected saber techniques. This is unacceptable. Your mental realm is extremely high, and you've comprehended many principles. But great intellect has drawbacks. The honing heavenly stair has 99 steps, but you think that only the final 9 steps have any use. It's like a starving person who eats 50 buns just to feel full. He thinks that the 50th bun filled him, while neglecting the contribution of the first 49. Within the laws of heaven and earth, what is most important is progressing in the correct sequence. If your footsteps are too big, you will neglect many things. The most perfect things look as if they have flaws. Wisdom lies within small things. In the same principle, the major Taos lie within the minor Taos. By grasping the small things, it leads you to bigger and bigger things, until you can see the whole universe. Said Luo Zichuan. Junior understands. Whether or not something has a use depends entirely on whether a person feels that it has a use or not. Longchen nodded. Through this battle, he comprehended many things that he had previously neglected. As a heaven master, he understood countless principles. But after his battle with Luo Zichuan, he was completely ashamed of himself. Back then in the Tao discussion convention, he had brazenly said that everyone else was spouting nonsense. Now he felt like he was slapping his own face. Luo Zichuan was a true example of someone experienced with both theory and practice. Long Qin had walked many paths. But he was always looking forward, while neglecting his own footsteps. Although he stood at this height, he neglected his process of rushing over here. He had not taken the time to enjoy the scenery at every stop. Long Qin had always felt that memorizing saber techniques was weaker than fighting freely. If he had a technique, it would have a flaw. Only styleless forms lacked flaws. At least, that was what he had thought. However, Luo Zichuan had used himself to show him just how important proper technique was. Long Qin had not reached the realm of needing no form but had tried to comprehend the essence of a formless form. It was the very picture of someone with a high standard but little ability. That was a grave taboo for a cultivator. He had actually been doing such a taboo without even realizing it. That was why Luo Zichuan scolded him as foolish. Now, Long Qin was fully convinced. Luo Zichuan nodded. Not bad. For you to be able to say such a thing means that you have truly understood. Other than that, let us discuss the heavenly Taoists. Do you know why the heavenly Taoists dislike you? Chapter 32:24 Going Down the Mountain. Chapter 32:24 Going Down the Mountain. Long Qin shook his head. He had always thought that the heavenly Taoists were targeting him and trying to get him killed. As for why, he really couldn't say. The heavens place great responsibility on people. But those people must first be tested. Their muscles might break, their stomachs are empty, and they turn into nothing but skin and bones. This struggle is what turns them into people capable of great power. All true experts have gone through their own struggles. For the heavenly Taoists to reject you, for the human Tao to bully you, it is the storm that rages across the plain, leaving only the tough grass. It is the fire that leaves behind only the true gold. The moment I saw you, I could sense that brutality deep in your inner heart. Although your eyes have been sealed, I can sense that terrifying dark energy. If you are allowed to grow, you will possess the power to destroy the entire world. In theory, you should be a divergent of heaven and earth, someone who should not exist in this world. Such an existence will face heavenly punishment and be wiped out. And yet you are still alive. That means that you have great goodness in your heart, and the heavens will not kill you. But your heart also has great evil, so the heavenly Taoists desire to wipe you out. You are a combination of contradictions, so the heavenly Taoists have also become contradictory. Whether you are destroyed or not rests on the line between good and evil, said Luo Zichuan. Are you saying that the heavenly Taoists are not destroying me because I have good in my heart, but they don't like me because I have evil in my heart? But all people have good and evil in their hearts. Why are they targeting me? Asked Long Qin. Luo Zichuan nodded. That is the real question. But you shouldn't be asking me this question. You should ask yourself. Ask myself? Long Qin stared blankly. Suddenly his heart jumped. Was it his status as a 9-star heir? Luo Zichuan stood up and turned his back to Long Qin, looking into the distance. He muttered, the current heavenly Taoists are no longer the old heavenly Taoists. There is a mysterious existence with supreme power affecting the neutrality of the heavenly Taoists. However, there is one thing that you must understand. The heavenly Taoists and the human Tao, they are all good and bad. Some people will harm you, and some will help you. You must be clear on which ones are enemies and which ones are friends. Don't view everyone around you as an enemy just because of the one enemy in front of you. Long Qin was shocked. Luo Zichuan had also seen something about him, and was warning him. Was he saying that it was because of the 9 stars that Long Qin was targeted by the heavenly Taoists? However, at the same time as he was targeted, he also received a portion of the heavenly Taoist protection. He was not abandoned by the heavenly Taoists. It was just that he was constantly rejected by heavenly Tao energy. It was only now that Long Chen's thinking changed. Unfortunately, Luo Zichuan was being rather obscure with his words. He didn't say anything directly. Long Chen also didn't dare to be sure that his guess was correct. For you to use heavenly Tao energy will be 100 times more difficult than others. Today, you have only opened the door. You'll need to slowly comprehend and experience it yourself in the future, said Luo Zichuan. Junior understands, said Long Chen. Luo Zichuan had opened a door for Long Chen. This was a door to an entirely new world, so Long Chen had truly benefited immensely. You have too much power. Compared to the saber in your hand, you rely more on your own power. That is currently the area that you are lacking the most compared to me. The heavens have the laws of the heavens. All things have their own attributes. Hence, a saber is not just an extension of your body. It is the link connecting you to heaven and earth. However, I am unable to teach you such a thing. The only one who can teach you is yourself. If I tried to explain it with my saber, then after that teaching, only one of us would be alive. That would no longer be a lesson but a killing. You will need to rely on yourself to learn those things. But you also don't need to be in a rush. Right now, you don't even have a suitable saber for yourself. Perhaps one day it will find you, said Luo Zichuan. Long Chen instantly thought of Dragonbone Evil Moon. It had once been his most trusted companion. With it, perhaps Long Chen would be able to gain deeper insights into the saber Tao. When it came to the saber, his only technique right now was the first form of Split the Heavens. But in front of Luo Zichuan, Long Chen had no chance of unleashing it. Luo Zichuan's attacks were like a tempest, so big moves like that were a joke in front of him. There was no chance of unleashing it. Trying to would be no different than suicide. However, after this battle, Long Chen saw a new direction for Split the Heavens. He could change it, allowing heavenly Tao energy to merge into it, greatly shortening the cast time. He was looking forward to it. Long Chen stared at Luo Zichuan's back. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Grandfather, let's go. The food has been prepared." Luo Zichuan interrupted him. Just like that, he began descending the honing heavenly staircase. Long Chen followed him. Before this, he was always sent tumbling down. Now that he was walking down, he found that descending the mountain was even harder than climbing it. He found it difficult to control his own body. Life is like climbing one mountain after another. Beyond the mountain you see before you, there is always another mountain. But most people can only see what is right in front of them. Once they reach the peak of the mountain, they gaze into the distance and see an even larger mountain. To get there, you must descend the mountain that you have climbed. Many people are only capable of climbing, but not descending. They do not realize that the descent is preparation for the next climb. Thus, countless people become dispirited and depressed when they descend the mountain. By the time the next mountain is in front of them, they have no more energy and are powerless to climb it. These valleys are the greatest trial in a person's life. Only when your Tao heart is steady while crossing these valleys can you make all your preparations for the climb. You have done well in this regard. No matter what kind of despair I forced you into, your Tao heart remained unshaken. That is something I was unable to achieve in my youth, said Luo Zichuan as he walked. Every single one of Luo Zichuan's words contained deep meaning. But Long Chen only wanted to ask where his mother was. He wasn't too interested in these words. "Grandfather, my mother." Luo Zichuan suddenly stopped. Long Chen was so frightened that he almost instinctively whipped out his saber. Without turning back, Luo Zichuan lightly said, "Do you not understand what climbing down the mountain means? Sometimes your path might look like it's leading you away from your target, but surprisingly, it is precisely the only correct path. You cannot tell your identity to anyone, including those uncles of yours, understood?" "Understood." Long Chen helplessly nodded. Luo Zichuan truly was mysterious. Most of his words were vague. However, he understood that Luo Zichuan did not wish to talk about his mother. As for why, Luo Zichuan definitely had his reasons. For him to say this, he was essentially telling Long Chen not to mention this matter again. At the same time, the matter of him being his grandson was to be kept secret. Even his uncles were to be kept in the dark. Long Chen vaguely felt like there was something big that he didn't know going on. Chapter 32:25 Resolve Grudges. Chapter 32:25 Resolve Grudges. Long Chen and Luo Zichuan descended the mountain. The Luo family's experts had already started lining up and greeting them. When they saw Luo Zichuan, all their eyes shone brightly with a reverence that came from deep within their souls. The food had been prepared, and there were all kinds of piping hot delicacies. Luo Zichuan naturally sat at the head of the table, but Long Chen was seated directly to his left. Only then did the rest of the Luo family's experts come in and take their seats. On Luo Zichuan's left side was Long Chen, and on his right side was Luo Chanwu. The rest were all the main pillars of the Luo family. Amongst them was the Grand Elder, Qin Feng, Bai Xiaola, Su Zixiong, Luo Bing, Luo Ning, Luo Shui, and the others also had a table. That was the only table for the youngsters at this feast. However, even once all the Luo family's experts came in, they simply stood beside the tables. Not one person dared to sit, let alone start moving their chopsticks. Luo Zichuan smiled. Today, we have an important guest. This is no ordinary family feast, so there's no need to be constrained. Sit. Everyone sat. Bai Xiaola cast a glance at Luo Ning and the others, meaning that he felt the Luo family's rules to be truly strict. Even eating couldn't be done casually. Although my Luo family might live in just some corner of the world, our wares are very luxurious. These foods are all high quality. You definitely won't be able to get the same food in the High Firmament Academy, said Luo Zichuan. He actually personally served Long Chen. Long Chen was overwhelmed with favor. As for Luo Chanwu, he smiled as if relieved of a heavy weight. All his worry of the past few days was set aside. I haven't seen the family head smile in many years, said the Grand Elder with his own smile. Ha ha ha, it seems that you're not much better than me in that regard, laughed Luo Zichuan. The Luo family's experts laughed. The Grand Elder was famed for his strictness, so they could probably count the number of times that he had smiled in this lifetime with 2 hands. The Grand Elder had made great contributions to the Luo family. Having followed Luo Zichuan in his slaughter back then, he was the only surviving member of his 10 great generals. Within the entire Luo family, only the Grand Elder dared to speak like this to the family head. Other than Luo Bing and the others, the rest of the members that were qualified to come here were the backbone of the Luo family. Hence, if they weren't accompanying Qin Feng and the others, Luo Bing, Luo Shui, and the rest would not be qualified to come here. These elders saw that the family head was very happy. The atmosphere gradually grew warmer. Family head, I cannot express my thanks enough. This toast is for you. Long Chen stood and raised his cup to Luo Zichuan with both hands. He truly felt immense reverence for Luo Zichuan. In the past few days, under Luo Zichuan's guidance, he felt like he had been reforged. Good! Luo Zichuan raised his own cup. Even when it came to drinking wine, his movements were clean and easy. I'll raise this cup of wine to everyone. You've worked hard for the Luo family during these years. Zichuan thanks you, said Luo Zichuan. The Luo family's experts hastily stood. This toast made them all emotional. This encouragement from Luo Zichuan was the greatest recognition for them. I'll raise this 3rd cup to congratulate the Luo family on its new companion. From this day onward, Long Chen's matters are the Luo family's matters. Luo Zichuan once more raised his cup. Seeing this, Qin Feng, Bai Xiaola, Su Zixiong, and Long Chen hastily drank. This cup was for them. After those 3 drinks, Luo Zichuan turned to Luo Chanwu and patted him on the shoulder. The Luo family has been depending on you and Changwen all these years. You've done very well. I'm very satisfied. Luo Chanwu was overwhelmed. It was the first time his father was treating him so closely. He hastily said, It's all thanks to the family head's guidance. My big brother and I have only made meager contributions. The Luo family hasn't been all that outstanding lately. I cannot accept your praise. Every person has a different style for governing a family. I specialize in offense, not defense. In a chaotic world, I will guide the family to victory. But in a peaceful world, I can't do anything. The two of you have done very well in my eyes, said Luo Zichuan. Many thanks for your praise, father. Luo Chanwu was extremely emotional. It was his first time calling him father instead of family head. Luo Zichuan nodded. I'm going out on a trip to resolve my grudges from all those years ago. I'll leave the family to the two of you. Luo Chanwu was shocked out of his happiness. You're going out? But now? All the Luo family's experts jumped in shock. The Devil Sea had been exceptionally lively during this time. They might launch an incredibly strong attack at any moment. Moreover, the Chu family was also making some moves. Now the Luo family was surrounded by enemies. As the mental pillar of the Luo family, if Luo Zichuan left at this critical time, no one would have confidence. I was preparing to wait for this matter to settle before leaving, but I find that there's no need. I need to resolve that matter soon. The longer it drags on, the worse it will get. The Luo family will be left to you for now, said Luo Zichuan, looking at Luo Chanwu and Longchen. He smiled and then vanished from sight. Once Luo Zichuan left, Longchen saw that the expressions of all the Luo family's experts grew solemn. Did the family head say anything to you about this? Luo Chanwu turned to Longchen. Longchen shook his head. The family head didn't say anything about this. Luo Zichuan was truly an incomprehensible existence, leaving just like this with no warning or explanation. He was very mysterious with his matters. Longchen had countless questions, but he was completely unable to see through this grandfather of his. The banquet instantly grew tense. Other than Su Zixiong and Bai Xiaola, no one was in the mood to eat and drink. After the banquet, Longchen told Luo Shui to take Qin Feng, Bai Xiaola, and Su Zixiong to the Honing Heavenly Staircase. He also told Qin Feng that he had to bring the two of them to the 90th star. That was his mission. After entrusting that to Qin Feng, Longchen wanted to see Luo Chanwu, only to find that the Devil Sea had once more attacked, causing Luo Chanwu to return to lead things. After that, Longchen took a transportation formation back to the Devil Sea and found that there was a flood of sea demons charging onto the shore. But this attack wasn't as powerful as when he was here last time. The defenses were holding on easily. Longchen came to the commander tower. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Luo Chanwu, the two of them stared at the endless Devil Sea. Luo Chanwu sighed. I don't know if my father will be able to return this time. What? Longchen was startled. Father only brought Violet Fern. He left its sheath to continue maintaining the Luo family's karmic luck. Thus, this time, Luo Chenhua's voice quivered slightly. Longchen felt a chill. He knew that something was out of the ordinary. Chapter 32-26 Secret of the Violet Blood. Chapter 32-26 Secret of the Violet Blood. The treasured saber Violet Fern was matched by its sheath. They were one set and complemented each other, so they had to be together to unleash their greatest power. However, Luo Zichuan had only brought the saber, not the sheath. That made Luo Chanwu feel uneasy. Luo Zichuan had previously told him and his big brother that Violet Fern's sheath had the life teachings of his saber Dao. If something happened to him, those teachings must be transmitted to future generations. Hearing that, Longchen was startled. Where did the family head go? Luo Chanwu shook his head. Father never tells us what he's doing. But if my guess is correct, he has gone to that place. Where? Pressed Longchen. Luo Chanwu hesitated. In the end, he sighed and said, Father did say that you can be trusted. The Luo family doesn't need to keep any secrets from you. Fine, I'll tell you. This relates to the secrets of the Luo family. Luo Chanwu told Longchen a story that made his heart pound. The Luo family was originally the grand and famous violet blood race of ancient times, an existence on par with the Jiuli and Heavenly Eye races. Before each family head died, they would always transmit a secret that was kept from others. That secret was that the Luo family was nothing more than a tiny weak branch of the violet blood race. The true violet blood race was trapped in a danger zone. But before being trapped, they managed to send out a small group of their people with lower quality bloodlines. After that, those people ended up scattered throughout the immortal world. Many people in the immortal world possessed a trace of the violet blood race's bloodline. However, over time, that trace had been diluted to the point that it could be considered non-existent. Thus, the people from the violet blood race that had been sent out silently merged with the rest of the immortal world. As for the Luo family, it began with one of those people. For millions of years, they had one mission, and that was to save the violet blood race that was trapped in the danger zone. The crux to saving them was to restore their ancestral violet blood. According to Luo Zichuan, Luo Ningxuang was their only hope of saving the violet blood race. However, Luo Ningxuang rebelled against this, secretly going to the lower plane and having a child there. That was why Luo Zichuan was so infuriated that he imprisoned her. These were all secrets of the Luo family. The only ones who knew of them were Luo Zichuan, Luo Chanwu, and Luo Changwen. Now there was a fourth person who knew of it. The reason why Luo Changwu told Longchen these things was because he felt that since his father had elevated Longchen to the most trustworthy position, there must be some deeper meaning. So while he hesitated, he still told him. Hearing this, Longchen understood just why Luo Zichuan had such an urge to kill him. This truly was related to important matters. Luo Ningxuang was the only hope of the Luo family. As a result of an accident arising from many factors, a string of karma was formed and bound. Luo Zichuan was about to succeed in the mission that the Luo family had been entrusted to for millions of years, only for the stubbornness of a single woman to ruin all those efforts. How could he not be angry? Longchen had truly hated Luo Zichuan at first. After learning all this, he could only bitterly smile. If he was Luo Zichuan, what would he do? I worry that my father is unable to wait that long and has gone there. Although his bloodline is the purest of the current Luo family, and his power is unsurpassed, he has not reached the point of reviving the ancestral bloodline, nor has he awakened the violet blood divine abilities. I'm afraid, Senior is worrying too much. Someone as wise as the family head won't sacrifice a body that still has a use for no reason. The family said that he was going on a trip to resolve his old grudges. That doesn't necessarily refer to this matter. It's very likely his own personal grudges, said Longchen. All he could do was comfort Luo Chanwu. In truth, he was also very worried. But considering Luo Zichuan's wisdom, Longchen didn't really believe that he would do such a foolish thing. He must have another reason for leaving. Furthermore, for him to tell Luo Chanwu that Longchen could be trusted to this extent, it was essentially entrusting the Luo family to him. Even so, Longchen still didn't have a good feeling. The fact that Luo Zichuan had transmitted his life's teachings to him probably wasn't a good omen. However, he had already gone. Luo Chanwu didn't even know where the danger zone that the violet blood race was trapped in was, so panic and worry wouldn't have any use. If my mother made a mistake, I will take care of it. I need to find Long Outyan and see if I can restore my violet blood. Just as Longchen had this thought, he had another thought. If he restored his violet blood, what would happen to his dragon blood? Would they clash? Longchen felt a headache. The matter of the Luo family was too complicated. It wasn't something that he could figure out now, so he could only take things step by step. Fortunately, he felt that someone with Luo Zichuan's wisdom wouldn't put his mother in any real danger. That made him temporarily at ease. Senior, said Longchen. Don't call me senior. It would make us feel distant. I'm only a bit older than you. You can call me big brother, said Luo Chanwu. What? If the seniority was messed up to that extent, wouldn't his mother beat him? Longchen hastily said. I feel like Martial Uncle would be best. Actually, Longchen should call him Uncle. But at least this way, the seniority was not a mess. Martial Uncle, since the family head trusts me to this extent, I must treat the Luo family as my own family. So let us talk frankly. I wish to know exactly how strong the Luo family is, said Longchen. Luo Chanwu said, I'm ashamed to say it, but our Luo family has always been dependent on Father. He is the only immortal king. Including myself and my big brother, there are 11 peak divine lords with awakened primal bloodlines. But even after so many years, none of us are able to take the final step. If Junior sister was present, with her talent, she would have long since reached the immortal king realm. With 2 immortal kings, Father probably wouldn't have it so tough. Luo Chanwu was ashamed. He and his brother wished to share his father's burden and step into the immortal king realm. Unfortunately, the barrier to that realm was like a heavenly chasm that firmly blocked them, not allowing them to see any hope of crossing it. The Luo family had 11 primal divine lords, 500 ordinary divine lords, and 46 four-peak primals. In truth, that foundation was very powerful. Outsiders were unaware of just how many primals they had. To the outside world, the Luo family had no primal divine lords and only had 6 four-peak primals such as Luo Shui and Luo Qing. The rest were kept hidden. However, four-peak primals in the heavenly swell domain had great difficulty maintaining their primal bloodlines when attacking the divine lord realm. Only a few were able to luckily maintain their primal bloodlines. As for Luo Chanwu and Luo Changwen, the reason that they were able to maintain their primal bloodline was because Luo Zichuan had protected them. It was said that Luo Zichuan had paid quite the price for that. Martial uncle, pick out 600 elite disciples. It'll help them awaken their primal bloodlines, said Longchen. What? Luo Chanwu jumped in shock. He didn't dare to believe his ears. Chapter 32:27 Wood Foundation Divine Arrow. Chapter 32:27 Wood Foundation Divine Arrow. Martial uncle, the family head has shown me his kindness. I naturally must repay him. I have a method to stimulate people's primal bloodlines, but you must keep this method secret. In the entire immortal world, you are the only one who knows this secret, said Longchen solemnly. His mother had caused the Luo family to lose the chance that they had been waiting millions of years for. Also, Luo Zichuan had now left, and it was unknown just whether or not he would return. Hence, Longchen felt like he and his mother owed the Luo family. If he wanted to repay them, then he had over 600 heavenly Dao fruits. He was prepared to create 600 primals for the Luo family. Hearing this, even someone like Luo Chanwu was shaken. A technique to activate a person's primal bloodline? What kind of heaven-defying ability was that? Seeing how solemn Longchen was being, he knew that this was an absolute secret. If the rest of the immortal world were to learn of this, there would be no escaping his death. I understand. At most, I will tell this matter to my big brother. There will be no problem with its secrecy, promised Luo Chanwu. Longchen nodded and took out 600 heavenly Dao fruits. He then gave them to Luo Chanwu. Martial uncle, I'll leave you to pick the people. What's important isn't aptitude but strong willpower and perseverance. Luo Chanwu accepted the fruit with disbelief. He felt like he was dreaming, unable to imagine how this fruit could create primals. Longchen had Luo Chanwu handle things, while he took over the commander tower. Luo Chanwu wasn't entirely at ease, so he sent the Grand Elder to help Longchen. With the Grand Elder present, Longchen chose to sit to the side and meditate. He wished to carefully comprehend the teachings that Luo Zichuan had transmitted to him. Luo Zichuan's saber Dao appeared to be all mixed up and chaotic. Occasionally, a blow came in one style, and then another blow came in a different style. In truth, all those styles had long since been trained until they were ingrained within him. By using this method, he showed Longchen just how important it was to have many techniques. All techniques had their own flaws. But the important point was whether or not your opponent could grasp those flaws. In all these years, Longchen had always followed a freestyle. He simply fought as he pleased, and he thought that he had reached the top level in this realm. Only now did he realize that he was still dithering outside the door to this realm. He was like someone who didn't understand the slightest bit about the martial Dao trying to fight others. His random moves might be difficult for others to block. However, when he fought a true expert, he came to realize just how much he was lacking. He had to take things step by step. If he truly wanted a free, formless style, then he had to first learn many techniques. Without entering the first realm, how could he skip to the formless realm? If he hadn't encountered a masterful teacher like Luo Zichuan, he would still be lost. Now that he had broken his bias toward learning those techniques, it was time to start studying them. He had to find his own style of the Saber Tao. Time passed bit by bit. The Luo family led the Ying Prefecture's experts in repelling the waves of sea demons. Finally, the Devil Sea grew calm once again, and the battlefield was cleaned up. All the corpses were naturally handed to Longchen. Mountains of them were then sent into the primal chaos space. Right now, the Wood Foundation divine trees were no longer growing taller, but they were getting thicker and thicker. From 30 meters thick, they had grown to 300 meters. After reaching a width of 300 meters, Longchen found that their wood was even harder than metal. Moreover, their weight was not inferior to iron, and their toughness was astonishing. The wood of the Wood Foundation divine trees was perfect for creating spears, bows, and arrows. It was both tough and hard, extremely valuable. They hadn't even reached full maturity yet but already possessed such toughness. It was truly shocking, very worthy of being a legendary tree. Longchen then cut off a branch the width of an arm, and it took him quite a bit of work to fletch it into an arrow. He couldn't help sighing over it. This was a natural divine arrow. Wooden arrows were the easiest arrows to conceal within heaven and earth as they pierced toward their target. They didn't make much noise and were harder to sense. They might be even more effective than those noiseless arrows. Longchen took out a bow and stood atop the commander tower. Overlooking the battlefield, he suddenly raised his bow. With a snap of the bowstring, that arrow vanished from sight. The arrow whistled through the air, and a rain of blood fell. After that, a black-robed figure fell from the sky, his head pierced by the arrow. He was already dead. An assassin from the Bloodkill Hall? Startled cries rang out. That was a divine lord, and he was already dead. But the remnants of his blood-chi were astonishing. He must be a primal. Another heavenly Tao fruit falls into my hands. Longchen smiled. The Wood Foundation divine trees were truly spiritual treasures of heaven and earth. Using them to make arrows, with no arrowhead, the arrow pierced through the air, silent and invisible. Adding on his own archery technique, that assassin that was hidden in the void couldn't even make a sound before being killed. Just now, Longchen suddenly sensed a faint aura that seemed like it wasn't even there. If it was before, even if he could sense it, he wouldn't have been able to pinpoint the location. This was an expert skilled in concealing himself. However, the current Longchen was no longer the old Longchen. Through Luo Zichuan's training, he could control the power of heaven and earth. Through that, he was easily able to grasp the assassin's location. Before this, Longchen could only pinpoint the assassin's location if the assassin got close or attacked. Now, with the aid of heavenly Tao energy, his divine sense was one with the world. He could see further and clearer. According to Luo Zichuan, it was much more difficult for Longchen to use heavenly Tao energy. But he naturally had sharp senses. Just by borrowing the slightest heavenly Tao energy, he was like a tiger with wings. The assassin whose clone had disguised itself as the Grand Elder had been hidden too far away for Longchen to sense back then. But now, Longchen definitely would be able to find him. After all, not everyone was as terrifying as Luo Zichuan. Although Longchen had taken a blow during his fight against Luo Zichuan, it didn't cause his confidence to falter. That was precisely the part that Luo Zichuan had praised him for. There were a total of 3. The other 2 ran. Longchen indicated for everyone not to panic. In truth, he had only been trying to scare off those 3 dislikable fellows. He hadn't expected this random arrow to actually kill one. Who would have thought that the arrows made from the Wood Foundation divine trees would be so terrifying? They passed through the air silently. It seemed that the records he had read in the academy couldn't be entirely trusted. What he was unaware of was that those records were all accurate. It was simply that the wood foundation divine trees also came in their own levels. Only low-grade ones that couldn't bear fruit were used to make arrows. Those that could bear fruit were all high-grade. Normally, people were unwilling to damage even the smallest piece of bark from them, afraid that this would affect their ability to reproduce. Who would turn them into arrows? Long Chen's method was a complete waste of a natural treasure. If others knew that he had cut off a branch the size of an arm to turn into an arrow instead of a spear, they would definitely curse him to death for being so wasteful. Long Chen had now seen how terrifying the wood foundation divine trees were. Currently, they weren't even fully grown. If they were allowed to mature, how terrifying would be. It seemed that their entire body was a treasure. Long Chen, it actually was true. When Long Chen returned to the Luo family, Luo Chanwu was there. His voice quivered when he saw Long Chen. Chapter 32:28 Sword pointed at the Chu family. Chapter 32:28 Sword pointed at the Chu family. Long Chen was brought to a secret underground world beneath the Luo family's territory. This was their most hidden place. There were layers of protective formations here, and the spiritual qi was incredibly dense. At this moment, Long Chen saw 600 warriors of the Luo family here, their eyes filled with emotions. Some of them had more, some of them had less, but within all of their eyes, Long Chen saw a trace of violet blood. However, there were no violet pupils. Violet pupils were the mark of their violet blood reaching a certain density. In all the generations of the Luo family, only Luo Zichuan had awakened violet pupils, and that was only because of violet fern. Even so, Luo Chanwu was incredibly excited. Those disciples had all become primals. He felt like he was in a dream. This fruit was absolutely heaven-defying. Long Chen then saw Luo Bing and Luo Ning amongst them. He waved at them. They were unaware that the fruit they had eaten had come from Long Chen. Luo Chanwu classified this matter as the highest level secret of the Luo family. Except for Luo Bing and Luo Ning, the other disciples would become the hidden power of the Luo family. They would not be allowed out of this underground space lightly. If the rest of the world were to learn that the Luo family had produced 600 primals overnight, they would be in danger. At this moment, Luo Chanwu and Long Chen returned to the surface. However, Luo Cheng's excitement had yet to fade. Long Chen, you are the greatest benefactor of the Luo family. You're too courteous. I am the one who received great kindness from the Luo family, said Long Chen with a smile. Of course he owed the Luo family. Without the Luo family, how could he have come to exist? Long Chen continued. The family head is no longer present, and we are surrounded by enemies. We cannot continue like this. As for myself, I cannot stay in the Luo family forever. I hope to resolve this problem soon so that I can return to the academy. Resolve it? What do you mean? Asked Luo Chanwu. I mean, let us pluck out the Chu family by the roots and have them vanish from this world, said Long Chen. Luo Chanwu jumped in shock. That's difficult. The Chu family has a half-step immortal king. Furthermore, they worship Lord Brahma's divine statue. If they use that faith energy, that expert's power will rival an immortal king. Furthermore, the Chu family has plenty of experts. It's unknown just how many of them are being raised in secret. They are all Lord Brahma and fallen Day Knight's followers. Once they draw on the power of their gods, their power soars. If we fight against them directly, we won't have an advantage. Most importantly, Father isn't present. We don't have the power to fight them like that. If their higher-ups were to learn that Father is no longer present, it would be the Luo family that is in danger of being destroyed. The Luo family and the Chu family were mortal enemies. They all dreamed of eliminating the other. However, both sides were evenly matched. Without assurance, no one wanted to take the risk of attacking the other. Long Chen shook his head. This is no solution. The Chu family definitely has some secret methods for drawing the Devil Sea demons to the Ying prefecture. With the Chu family also in a position to attack, the Luo family had no choice but to split their attention. You are in a constant tense state. Maintaining that state would make anyone weary over time. The other aspect is that as you lead the Ing Prefecture's experts against the sea demons, although you won every time, there are always some losses. Such constant invasions will slowly grind you down. It doesn't matter whether it is the Luo family or the other forces of the Ing Prefecture, they won't be able to endure forever. If the birth of new geniuses doesn't keep up with the losses, people will naturally get nervous. As time passes, their morale starts to fall. Then when the Chu family adds some more mental warfare, you will crack from the inside, and the Luo family will have no chance of turning things around. Luo Chanwu sighed. I've also thought of all of that. But there is no good way to deal with any of it. However, now we have 600 more primals. Once they grow up, there's no need for them to even reach the Divine Lord realm. Just the peak of the four-peak realm will be enough for us to trample the Chu family. It won't take too long, maybe 2 or at most 3 years. We've been waiting for so many years, we're not missing 2 or 3. Longchen bitterly smiled. This uncle of his was just as Luo Zichuan said. He was focused on defense, not offense. He always did things steadily, without taking risks. Martial uncle, my character is a bit like the family heads. It can be said that in my life, if I'm not attacking, I'm on the road to attacking. Defense isn't my specialty, but I do have a sharp nose for conflict. Don't you feel that the Chu family's mischief this time is very sudden? You mean? Let's think logically. The Chu family suffered setbacks in the High Firmament Academy. Their 4 primal disciples were slain by me in the 9 Prefecture Convention. I used heavenly tribulation to kill so many of the Bloodkill Hall's experts, and countless sects disbanded overnight as a result. Logically, now is not the time for them to make such a move. They should be quietly waiting and watching. Isn't it unnatural for them to provoke the Luo family at this time? Now that you say this, it is a bit strange, said Luo Chanwu, feeling startled. Longchen continued. Thus, there must be something we don't know. Although we don't know what it is, my intuition tells me that the more we hesitate, the more danger there will be. Since you wish to be conservative, how about we launch a sneak attack as a probing blow to see the real situation in the Chu family? What kind of probing blow? Asked Luo Chanwu. I wish to know, how is Uncle Wen's power compared to yours? Asked Longchen. Big brother is a bit stronger than me. It is said that he has touched the barrier, said Luo Chanwu. Luo Changwen's realm was a bit higher than his. But just touching the barrier didn't mean that he could progress to the next step. Touching the barrier was equivalent to seeing the path ahead. However, there was still a heavenly chasm blocking that path, and if it couldn't be walked through, it still meant nothing in the end. All right. It'll take a few days for me to refine some medicinal pills. Once you and the other peak primal divine lords of the Luo family consume these pills, you will all possess the power of half-step immortal kings, said Longchen. What medicinal pill is so amazing? Luo Chanwu jumped in shock. Longchen smiled. You'll know when the time comes. So, can we try this? If you really can refine a pill like this, we definitely can try probing the truth about the Chu family, said Luo Chanwu. He was very moved. He was growing more and more shocked when it came to Longchen. All right. I'll borrow the precious land of the family head to refine pills in. That's no problem, right? Naturally, it is no problem. Then it's decided. First tell Uncle Wen about this, and wait for my good news, said Longchen. After saying this, he headed toward the Honing Heavenly Staircase. Staring at his departing figure, Luo Chanwu sighed deeply. Longchen had truly stunned him. He was a very terrifying youngster. Fortunately, he was a friend of the Luo family. After this, Longchen smiled a bit sinisterly. What probing blow? Who has time to play with them? We're going to play big. The pitiable Luo Chanwu still had no idea that he had been conned by his nephew. In Longchen's eyes, there was no such thing as a probing blow. If he were to launch an attack, it would be to end things once and for all. Chapter 32-29 Collective Honing. Chapter 32-29 Collective Honing. Su Zixiong coughed up blood. He was at the 79th stair and was sent flying back, unable to reach the 80th step. Hence, Su Zixiong was tumbling down the stairs. On the 60th step, Bai Xiaola hastily got out of his way. Just like that, Su Zixiong was sent flying past him, landing on the ground, his body almost deformed. Bai Xiaola quivered. Su Zixiong was truly ruthless. He had tried over 10 times, only to end up in this miserable state every time. But he never gave up. Bai Xiaola then looked up to see Qin Feng at the 90th stair. The latter stayed in his position for a long moment before suddenly raising his leg to the 91st stair. As a result, with a grunt, he was sent flying down just like Su Zixiong. Originally, Su Zixiong was just lying there like a dead dog. But when he heard that sound, he used all his power to roll to the side. Qin Feng flew right by him, bouncing off the ground and heading toward a boulder. However, that boulder already had a large notch in it, so he simply slid through that path instead of smashing into it. Seeing Su Zixiong in Qin Feng's states, Bai Xiaola got goosebumps. This was too ruthless. He had previously felt resentment toward his father for the beatings. But now, he no longer hated his father. Seeing Qin Feng treat him even more ruthlessly, his father's methods no longer seemed all that ruthless. Su Zixiong had originally only reached the 49th step. But when he saw Qin Feng charging up as if his life was on the line, he was also affected and started trying to draw out his potential. In these few days, Su Zixiong had started to awaken his slumbering primal bloodline thanks to the honing and his own efforts. He was aware of how his power was soaring with every step he could progress. This daily improvement shocked him, and he himself didn't quite dare to believe it. "You should take a rest. Don't kill yourself." Qin Feng got up, covered in blood. His face had many cuts on it from smashing into the staircase, but he was still lively. This honing heavenly staircase was practically a priceless treasure. Qin Feng wasn't worried about himself, but he did worry about Su Zixiong. After all, the latter had just started to awaken his primal bloodline. If he overestimated himself, he would injure his body. Going too far was just as bad as not going far enough. "Brother Feng, I can still hold on. You can continue. Don't let me hold you up," said Su Zixiong, struggling to stand, his face also bloody. "Don't use up all your willpower in one go. Perseverance is even more important than explosive power. After all, you'll have many chances to fight as if your life depends on it. Take things step by step," urged Qin Feng. He then charged up the honing heavenly staircase once more. With Qin Feng already going up, Su Zixiong adjusted his condition and also went up. Qin Feng quickly reached Bai Xiaola's position. Seeing Bai Xiaola's expression, Qin Feng couldn't help smiling. "You aren't a body cultivator, so the honing heavenly staircase will be harder for you to climb. There's no need to compare yourself to us. We don't have that talent of yours, so we have no choice but to fight with our lives on the line. There is nothing to compare here. Calmly try to comprehend the power of the heavenly Das," said Qin Feng. Bai Xiaola nodded. He was afraid that others would look down on him, hence, Qin Feng's words made him feel better. The Luo family's honing heavenly staircase was usually only open for the Luo family's disciples. It was used to activate their violet blood, so it had high requirements for a person's physical body. On the other hand, Bai Xiaola's physical body was weak. For him to have climbed up until here was quite astonishing. Su Zixiong also quickly passed him, leaving Bai Xiaola in last place again. Clenching his teeth, Bai Xiaola stepped toward the next stair. As a result, as soon as his foot landed on it, a powerful current struck him. Startled, Bai Xiaola tried to stabilize himself, but he couldn't stop his body from falling back. In that instant, he felt like his heart had stopped beating. If he fell like those two, then with his physical body, he would be crushed. Just as he panicked, a hand pressed onto his shoulder, stabilizing Bai Xiaola's tilting body instantly. He turned back and cried out, "Boss!" The one who had come was Long Qin. Long Qin smiled at him. "Not bad. You actually reached this level. It's beyond my expectations." Hearing that praise, Bai Xiaola was delighted. Long Chen's praise was a supreme glory to him. However, don't use your body to forcibly climb. The honing heavenly staircase is filled with profundities. Try to sense the spatial energy here, and corroborate your own spatial energy with this place. It's not a case of the higher you climb, the greater your gains. You have to comprehend the experience as well. This will increase your comprehension of spatial energy, said Long Chen. Yes, boss. I understand, said Bai Xiaola. Long Chen nodded. Although Bai Xiaola was a bit foolish and childish, when he needed willpower and perseverance, he could bring them out. He wasn't afraid of suffering hardship. Combining this trait with his good talent, he would definitely grow up into a capable person. Long Chen quickly reached the 80th stair. Su Zixiong had just charged up to that stair, and in the face of that terrifying pressure, he was kneeling on the ground. Long Chen patted him on the shoulder as encouragement. This fellow had started to transform. A good start was very important. In just a few days, Su Zixiong's aura had completely changed, and that showed that he truly had the determination to get stronger. When Long Chen reached the 91st stair, Qin Feng had just managed to stabilize himself there. He was standing tall. Long Chen was also proud of him. Every dragon blood warrior was outstanding. Qin Feng had actually figured out the crux of the honing heavenly staircase. He was absorbing the power of heaven and earth to resist its pressure. Although it was just the slightest trace, it was what allowed him to stand here. It had to be known that Luo Zichuan had sent Long Chen tumbling down the honing heavenly staircase many times, and Long Chen was still like an oaf charging up, forcibly resisting the power of the honing heavenly staircase. Using Luo Zichuan's words, there was no cure for his foolishness. Teaching people to get closer to the heavenly Taoist was the most important use of the honing heavenly staircase. According to reason, someone who couldn't use heavenly Tao energy couldn't reach the peak. It was like a lake. If you wanted to cross it, you had to know how to swim. However, Long Chen was a marvel who managed to take a single deep breath and walk across the bottom of the lake to reach the other shore. Although Luo Zichuan scolded him for being foolish, he was also quite shocked by that accomplishment. Long Chen was the first person in history to break that rule. However, Qin Feng didn't have that power, so he had to figure out how to cross properly. As a result, he could comprehend this method faster than Long Chen. Furthermore, he wasn't rejected by the heavenly Taoists. That was his advantage. Long Chen could also see that the 91st stair was essentially Qin Feng's limit. His chance of getting to the 92nd stair was very low. After all, his realm wasn't high enough. Long Chen reached the peak. The stone hut was still there, but Luo Zichuan had vanished. For some reason, Long Chen felt a bit lost. Although Luo Zichuan was strict, he was definitely one of the people that he respected the most. Long Chen sorted out his emotions and calmed down. After that, he took out his pill furnace and the medicinal ingredients. Just as he was preparing to refine pills, some heat came from his left eye. After that, the void shuddered and a black-robed girl appeared in front of him. Big brother Long Chen! Chapter 32:30 Preparing for Battle. Chapter 32:30 Preparing for Battle. Lei Linger! Long Chen almost didn't dare to believe his eyes when he saw the girl in front of him. Lei Linger had been born with violet clothes. However, now she was wearing black robes, and her pupils were as black as ink, seemingly containing boundless destructive power. Big brother, hug! When Lei Linger extended her hands, 2 cute dimples appeared on her adorable face. Seeing this, Long Chen laughed and hugged her. The current Lei Linger was growing more and more like a human. Even her emotions were expressed on her face. On the Martial Heaven continent, although Lei Linger had been able to transform and was close to Long Chen, she somehow had given him a reserved feeling that was different from Hua Linger's enthusiasm. Fortunately, in the immortal world, she was growing more spiritual. Also, since Lei Linger and Hua Linger were both personally raised by Long Chen had a great deal of sentiment and affection for them. Big brother Long Chen, I've fully absorbed the energy of the Black Lightning. I can help you beat bad people now. Lei Linger raised her fist and laughed. Long Chen looked into her eyes. There was sword light flickering deep within them now. Long Chen felt a chill. Even now, Long Chen still felt some fear toward those black lightning swords. After all, they had almost killed him. Now that Lei Linger had absorbed them, she was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. Hence, Long Chen felt his spirits lift. As expected, fortune was found in danger. Lei Linger had transformed again. She had naturally comprehended lightning techniques on the martial heaven continent. And here in the immortal world, she could still unleash them. She could also come up with her own techniques based on her power. Since this was the case, she would become another powerful trump card for Long Chen. Most terrifying of all, she no longer needed to depend on him, and was entirely capable of fighting on her own. Just then, Long Chen's arm shook and a flame dragon also jumped out, coiling around Lei Linger. Hee, don't worry, you'll transform soon too. We can then help Big Brother beat up bad people together, declared Lei Linger, comforting Huolong. Lei Linger, protect me? We're going to refine pills. With Lei Linger here, Long Chen felt much steadier. He opened the pill furnace and started refining medicinal powders. When all the medicinal powders were poured into the furnace, Huolong wrapped around the pill furnace, lighting up its runes. As time passed, the pill furnace began to tremble, along with the entire mountain peak. Long Chen pressed his hand against the pill furnace. His spiritual strength wrapped around it, sealing it tightly until the immense power inside of it could not escape. The pill furnace then quivered, as if a beast was trying to break free. Boom! The ground shuddered intensely. After that, Long Chen sighed and opened the lid. A pile of broken fragments were present inside. The medicinal fragrance then assaulted his nose, but the pill was nowhere to be found. The third-tier explosive blood pill must be a giant pill in order to be effective for divine lords. Furthermore, it must reach the level of a treasure pill. After not refining pills for so long, my technique is rusty. Also, it truly is difficult to refine a giant explosive blood pill. Long Chen shook his head. If it was an ordinary explosive blood pill, then Long Chen would have no problem refining one on the level of a treasure pill. With his skill, a single furnace of pills might end up having 1 or 2 top-grade treasure pills. However, turning 9 pills into one giant pill while also maintaining its quality was truly difficult. Ever since he entered the immortal world, Long Chen rarely refined pills. It was always Huolong and the moon and star refining furnace helping him refine them. Long Chen sat for a while and then continued refining pills. After failing 7 times, he was starting to feel dejected. This was truly difficult. Long Chen stood and paced around for a while. Suddenly, he eyed the stone hut. Having a sudden thought, he walked toward it. The stone hut was very simple. Other than a stone couch, there was nothing else. But upon getting closer, he saw a mural carved into the wall. The mural depicted 9 star clouds surrounding one giant star. Around the star clouds were 4 giant black figures. It was unclear what they were, but they seemed like 4 terrifying beasts wishing to devour the entire world. The mural was very messy, almost like a child's graffiti. Yet within these messy lines, countless profound mysteries seemed to be hidden. Long Chen was unable to understand many of those lines. He was only able to see the 9 star clouds, the giant star, and those unclear black figures. Looking more closely, he suddenly noticed that there was a single black dot within the 9 star clouds of the immortal world. This seemed to be a specific mark. This mark wasn't something that he could read. However, he could clearly tell that this mark was not part of the original mural. It was added afterward. It was clearly different from the other lines. Could it be that this is where the violet blood race is trapped? Long Chen's heart shook. He felt like he was staring at something he wasn't supposed to see. Luo Zichuan's residence was not a place that others could come to. The main thing was that no one else was capable of climbing the Honing Heavenly Staircase. Most likely, this secret was something only Long Chen and Luo Zichuan knew of. Even Luo Chanwu and Luo Changwen were in the dark about it. The immortal world was enormous, and the knowledge he knew was like a drop in the ocean. Regretfully, There were many ancient tomes in the High Firmament Academy that he could not read without reaching a high enough realm. After seeing this map, Longchen felt like the immortal world was truly hiding far too many secrets. He truly had a long path to walk. After settling his emotions, Longchen left the stone hut and once more started refining pills. After failing 2 more times, he finally succeeded. A pill the size of a baby's fist appeared in front of Longchen. Light flowed around it, and it thrummed with life energy as if it was alive. I suppose it can count as a success. Longchen sighed deeply. This was a top-grade 3rd-tier giant treasure pill. If sold, its value would be incalculable. Lay linger, nourish it with some thunder force and expel the remaining impurities. But be careful. Longchen passed the giant pill to Lay linger. In the mortal world, Lay linger had helped Longchen by using tribulation lightning on the pills that he refined, giving them a baptism to turn them into tribulation pills. However, in the immortal world, only 6th-tier pills and above were qualified to undergo tribulation. The 6th-tier pills were for mighty world kings. It was said that once a pill reached the 6th tier, it would possess its own spirituality, its own spirit. It needed to obtain the recognition of heaven and earth to exist in the world. That was why they needed to undergo tribulation. However, it was different for Longchen. Now that Lay linger had transformed, she was capable of using thunder force to expel the remaining impurities in medicinal pills and leave a lightning mark within them. Such a pill had essentially obtained the recognition of the heavenly Daos, allowing it to unleash its peak medicinal effect. To put it frankly, this was a way to cheat the heavens. However, as long as the heavens didn't find out, it didn't matter. Before this, Longchen truly wouldn't have dared to have Lay linger nourish them. But it was different now. Nourishing pills would be no problem for her. Longchen continued to refine pills, and he failed twice more before succeeding again. He then found the feeling, succeeding in the refinements 7 times in a row. Afterward, he failed and succeeded in succession. In total, he refined 11 top-grade giant pills. These were for the Luo family's 11 primal divine lords. After that, he refined over 500 ordinary explosive blood pills. Although they weren't giant pills, they were still of treasure grade. He then descended the mountain and went to see Luo Chanwu. "Martial uncle, help me gather some people. I want to fletch some wood arrows." Chapter 32-31 Descending upon the Qing Prefecture. Chapter 32-31 Descending upon the Qing Prefecture. When the craftsmen saw Longchen take out a branch of wood that was 3 feet thick and 300 miles long, they were completely dumbfounded. The arrows that they crafted were always made of high-quality metal, not wood. However, when they examined this wood, they found that it was harder than metal, causing them to jump. Even Luo Chanwu was stunned. Although he had read many books, he didn't recognize this wood. He had never seen such tough wood. This piece of wood was actually only from a branch. If it was the trunk, then it would be even tougher. But Longchen was unwilling to sacrifice a wood foundation divine tree. This branch was already enough to make hundreds of thousands of arrows. However, this wood was so tough that turning them into arrows would take quite a bit of labor. Longchen definitely couldn't afford to waste so much time on that. Fortunately, these craftsmen were very capable. They quickly found suitable tools to fletch the wood, turning this branch into as many arrows as possible while wasting as little as they could. When the first arrow was done, Longchen took out his bow and shot the arrow. It instantly vanished, and an explosion occurred in the distance. It had struck a thick metal shield, blasting it apart. "What a sharp arrow!" exclaimed Luo Chanwu. It was his first time seeing an arrow with such terrifying power. Most importantly, it vanished from sight as soon as it left the bowstring and didn't make any sound. It was as if it had merged into space, becoming impossible to track. "This still isn't too great. If it was a wood element expert who shot it, it would be even sharper, and the arrow would contain their wood energy. That energy will instantly explode when the arrow strikes its target. Even if the opponent is another wood cultivator, they won't necessarily be able to block it," said Longchen with a smile. Of course, these arrows were extraordinary. They were from a branch of the Wood Foundation divine tree and contained powerful wood energy. Hearing that, Luo Chanwu immediately found some wood element experts. Long Chun was surprised that they actually used a human target to test it. At this moment, an arrow was shot into the shoulder of a divine lord. As a result, that divine lord's body instantly stiffened. His body became covered in a bark-like pattern, and he was unable to move. When the arrow was plucked out, the wood cultivators tried to heal him. They then spent a full hour working on him before he was fully recovered. This terrifying arrow shocked and delighted the Luo family's experts. Martial uncle, you should gather 300 wood element archers. Even if they aren't that skilled in archery, in a large-scale battle, they can close their eyes and randomly shoot, and they'll still hit a few. These archers will be what we use for our sneak attack. After they're done, we'll retreat. Their power doesn't really matter as long as they can shoot, said Longchen. That's no problem. With our years of fighting the sea demons, almost everyone in the Luo family has practiced their archery. Although they're not necessarily divine archers, they have some skill in this regard. Picking out 300 elites will be no problem, said Luo Chanwu confidently. Long Chen had already handed him the pills. This was Luo Changhua's first time seeing a giant treasure pill. After being nourished by Lei Linger, these pills had almost no flaws at all. Just by holding them in his hand, Luo Chanwu felt his violet blood starting to surge. The power of these pills was terrifying. Originally, he was still a bit worried. But these arrows and pills made him fully confident. With these arrows, 4 peak disciples could easily slay divine lords. After 3 days of preparation, they were ready to leave. Qin Feng, Bai Xiaola, and Su Zixiong also came with them. After the tempering of the Honing Heavenly Staircase, it was as if they had been transformed. Su Zixiong in particular appeared different. His gaze was sharper. Luo Chanwu led a group of the Luo family's experts along with 300 elite archers. Luo Bing, Luo Ning, Luo Shui, and Luo Qing were also present. The Luo family didn't intend on hiding them. After gathering, they secretly went through a transportation formation. When they came out, there were already people waiting for them. Greetings, Uncle Wen. Long Chen hastily bowed toward the head of this group. This person looked very similar to Luo Chanwu, but he appeared even steadier than him. He was Long Chen's uncle, Luo Changwen. Chanwu has already told me about your matters. We are one family, so I won't say any overly courteous words. Since the idea was proposed by you, you will lead this sneak attack. The 2 of us brothers will follow you, said Luo Changwen with a smile. Uncle Wen, since you already said that, I won't stand on courtesy, haha. To tell the truth, if you're going to listen to me, I feel a bit more assured. Long Chen laughed. This sneak attack naturally must be led by Long Chen, or it could easily fall into chaos. If Luo Changwen was also willing, Long Chen would naturally take over that privilege. Luo Changwen and Luo Chanwu laughed along. They did like this character of Long Chen's. It was simple and direct. This place is where the Ying Prefecture connects to the Xing Prefecture. It is also the only path from the Ying Prefecture to the Xing Prefecture. There are countless experts gathering on the other side. They seem to be waiting to gather enough forces to attack us. If we want to pass, we will definitely disturb them, said Luo Changwen. The Ying Prefecture was almost an island surrounded by the Devil Sea. It bordered the Xing Prefecture, but their relationship wasn't very good, so naturally there were no direct transportation formations between them. There was simply this mountain range connecting the two. Thus, when the Xing Prefecture's experts began to gather here, the Ying Prefecture's people would naturally notice. While the Luo family allowed for peaceful coexistence between the various forces within the Ying Prefecture, the Chu family in the Xing Prefecture claimed the land for themselves. When they became the boss of this place, they began expelling outsiders and adding Lord Brahma's followers to their territory. With such a powerful backer, they quickly became the only force within the Xing Prefecture. Although there were countless sects in the Xing Prefecture, they all had to listen to the Chu family's orders. This was a display of the Chu family's dominance. Considering that the forces of the entire prefecture belonged to them, the Luo family was unable to obtain any advantage over them. Even after so many years, they were in a stalemate. Since it's a sneak attack, we naturally want charge over and alert them. We are sneak attacking the Chu family, not the Qing prefecture. Pulling the carpet out from somebody is the true King Dao, said Long Qin mischievously. Sneak attacking the Chu family? Luo Changwen was startled. He then looked at Luo Chanwu because this brother of his had said that they were organizing an expedition to get a closer look at the Chu family's movements. Luo Chanwu simply shrugged, indicating his own innocence. Long Qin had said that it was a sneak attack, so he had assumed it was an attack on the Qing prefecture's experts in order to draw out the Chu family's experts. After a brief fight, they would then see what kind of power they had. Long Qin hadn't said that it was a direct attack on the Chu family. If they were going to go all that way, would it even be a probing blow? Luo Chanwu instantly had a bad feeling. Considering Long Chen's guts, he had no idea what Long Chen would do. Luo Changwen had even said that they would listen to Long Chen just now. If they were to ask for details at such a point, it would appear rude. Don't worry, we are simply probing them. If their power is fake, well, fight. If they do have power, we won't fight them directly. After all, I, Long Chen, am not fond of taking losses, said Long Chen. Thinking of that, this was true. Long Chen was famous within the heavenly swell domain. His intelligence did not lose out to anyone. Now that Long Chen said this, the two of them felt rather bad. Xiaola, now is the moment to display your ability, said Long Chen. By Xiaola's spirit sword. As he formed hand seals, his eyes glowed. Space twisted around them, and they vanished. Chapter 32 Mysterious Altars. Chapter 32 Mysterious Altars. The Chu family was located at the southern foot of the Qing prefecture's Qing Heaven mountain range. Their backs were against the mountains, and to their left was a large river that was like a dragon snaking around the Chu family. As for the mountain, it was just like a crouching tiger. This was a treasured land. It was as if a dragon was coiling around it, and a tiger was at its back. Adding on the protection of the Grand Formation, all the Qing prefecture's spiritual qi gathered at the Chu family. The spirit-gathering formation sucked away the spiritual qi from all over the Qing prefecture. From this, it could be seen just how the Chu family treated others. Ordinarily, a spirit-gathering formation would only cover your own territory. For example, the High Firmament Academy's spirit-gathering formations wouldn't affect the other powers and cities nearby. For the Chu family to spread their reach this far was a kind of theft. It was clearly harming others to benefit oneself. The Chu family's spiritual qi might be abundant, but the other sects and powers would be affected. However, with the Chu family being the overlord of the Qing prefecture, they didn't dare to get angry and could only silently endure. The Chu family had activated their spirit-gathering formations to the highest level, so streams of spiritual qi were gushing toward them. Furthermore, all the grand formations had been activated. The Chu family was on a state of high alert. Does the Chu family know that we're attacking? The Grand Elder stared at their state of high alarm worriedly. That's impossible. Other than us, no one else knew that we were going. Long Qin must be correct. The Chu family is brewing some tricks, and they've locked down. Our own eyes are unable to transmit any news through this blockade. This is not normal, said Luo Changwen. During this time, the Luo family's eyes within the Chu family had all vanished. They were unable to transmit any news and couldn't warn them of anything. According to Luo Changwen's guess, the Chu family couldn't have found all their spies, just like how the Luo family had no way to eliminate all of the Chu family's spies in the Luo family. But it was simple to lock down all news from escaping. They simply had to place everyone in one place and keep watch over them. If anyone tried to send some words out in such a state, they would be instantly exposed. Bai Shaole's spatial arts had managed to bring them all the way to the heart of the Chu family without anyone being the wiser. But these formations blocked him. Seeing this, Bai Shaole felt quite regretful that he hadn't studied any spatial arts for breaking through formations. His mother had taught them to him, but he had simply devoured all of them in one gulp without considering them. He had never practiced those techniques even once. Having no assurance of being able to slip through this formation, he couldn't possibly risk everyone's lives on the attempt. Now what? With such a high state of alert, it's impossible to sneak in. We can only attack directly. The Grand Elder looked at Long Qin. Although he had some bias when it came to Long Qin due to Luo Qingyang, in the face of the big picture, he was able to set aside that personal prejudice. No need to rush. Everything is within expectations, said Long Qin, smiling to indicate that everyone didn't need to worry. He turned to Bai Xiaola. Can you use your spatial technique to see inside? Bai Xiaola nodded. His 3 flower pupils circulated and everyone closed their eyes. They then began to see through the formation through Bai Xiaola's sight. Unexpectedly, despite the formation set up on the outside, they couldn't see anyone inside. It was only when they saw that the buildings were packed with disciples that they understood. Just as Luo Changwen had expected, the Chu family's people had gathered everyone to keep an eye on each other. Even some children were included. Look further back. I can sense a strange aura, said Long Qin. Bai Xiaola's sight quickly passed through one building after another. Even these layers of formations were unable to stop him from seeing through them. The Bloodkill Hall's people! Qin Feng suddenly cried out, drawing everyone's attention to a certain building. There were hundreds of cloaked figures inside. They seemed to be discussing something. Don't look at them, said Long Qin hastily. Bai Xiaola immediately shifted his vision, passing through them. Amongst that group of cloaked figures, one of them seemed to have sensed something and looked around. But they didn't sense anything further and returned to their original location. Their hearts shook. That person was definitely an expert amongst experts. It had to be known that Bai Xiaola's 3 flower pupils were capable of looking through these layers of formations, allowing him to see things with the same viewpoint as the heavenly Das. But that person still sensed it. Long Qin sneered as he recognized that person. He was precisely the one who had used a clone to disguise as the Grand Elder and tried to assassinate Long Qin. What is that? Bai Xiaola suddenly cried out. Within the most hidden area of the Chu family, there were 5 altars. They had various tributes on top of them. Meanwhile, the Chu family's experts were holding large tools, pouring some kind of bloody-like fluid into the totems on the altars. Those totems looked like 5 different beasts. They had never seen them before. When the liquid was poured into them, various runes lit up on the altars until they were like balls of light. Ha ha! It's done! Devil Kings of the Netherworld, hurry up! The blood of the Luo family is waiting for you! One of the Chu family's elders laughed as he saw the altars shining. Beside him were over 1,000 experts of the Chu family who also laughed along. Those people were all at the Divine Lord realm, and amongst them were close to 100 primals. Luo Changwen and the others sucked in a cold gasp of air. Although they had done their best to overestimate the Chu family, they hadn't expected their foundation to be so powerful. Thinking about it, if the Luo family didn't have Luo Zichuan standing guard, the Chu family would have probably long since attacked. Those 5 altars also gave them a sense of terror. Although they didn't know what those Devil Kings were, they could tell that those Devil Kings were definitely prepared for Luo Zichuan. Now that they were here, Luo Chanwu felt regretful. He should have ordered all the Luo family's experts to attack, instead of only bringing these few people for a sneak attack. Those 5 altars were glowing brighter and brighter. If they didn't immediately stop the Chu family, then they might not be able to endure this attack. Even if Luo Zichuan was present, they might not be able to endure it. Luo Chanwu looked at Luo Changwen, who then shook his hand and pointed at Long Qin. He saw that Long Qin was eyeing those 5 altars indifferently. He didn't seem nervous. From those 5 lights, Long Qin sensed the aura of the netherworld. Now, an impossibly beautiful face appeared in his mind. That beautiful face then split in 2, becoming 2 people. Ling Yueyan Ming Sangyue, are you still doing all right? Long Qin sighed and sighed. These 2 women were carved into his heart. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed those emotions and said, Get ready. I'm about to attack. Chapter 32-33 Sharp Attack. Chapter 32-33 Sharp Attack. Just like this? What's the plan? How are we supposed to cooperate? Luo Chanwu jumped in shock. Prepare themselves? What were they supposed to prepare? Black lightning appeared on top of Long Chen's left hand. He smiled. There's no plan. It'll break the formation and immediately eliminate the idiots from the Bloodkill Hall. Bai Xiaola, bring them into the formation. Archers, ignore everything else other than blindly shooting at those altars. Take advantage of the chaos to destroy those altars. I don't know what method they're using, but they're trying to summon lifeforms from the netherworld. If those lifeforms descend, it will be too late for anything else. We'll have to be pragmatic about it when the time comes. If we can fight, well fight. If we can't, well run. But the altars must be broken. After saying that, Long Chen shot off and descended out of the sky, his left hand chopping toward the formation. At this moment, black lightning exploded. Long Chen was like an arrow. These terrifying formations were as weak as paper in front of the black lightning. Over 10 layers of defense were instantly pierced. Boom! Long Chen smashed into the building where the Bloodkill Hall's experts were gathered, and the building instantly collapsed. World Extermination Flame Lotus! A flame lotus in Long Chen's hand exploded, and flames devoured that entire building. It happened so fast that the Bloodkill Hall's experts were still in the midst of discussing something when the flame lotus exploded. As a result, an ear-piercing alarm rang throughout the entire Chu family. Long Chen was so fast that the flame lotus exploded first, and the alarm rang second. Within the endless flames, a wretched figure flew out. However, just as he escaped the flames, a black saber pierced through his back and out his chest. Blood splashed. Long Chen's figure appeared behind that person. Didn't you say that I wouldn't be able to find your true body? Now, are you convinced? With a light quiver, that elder of the Bloodkill Hall was blasted into blood mist. A translucent figure then flew out of his body and tried to flee. However, that figure was shattered by another stroke of Long Chen's saber. Idiot! After condensing a clone, your Yuan spirit is no longer whole. Did you think that you could escape? Were you dreaming? Sneered Long Chen. After killing that elder's Yuan spirit, using his saber as the bridge, Long Chen went through the fragments of the elder's soul, trying to grasp some images. In those images, Long Chen saw the elder exchanging some things with the Chu family. Then the altars were constructed. After that, someone came bringing some strange things from the Devil's Sea. Based on those images, the Chu family's actions this time were incited by the Bloodkill Hall. Through those fragmentary images, Long Chen could get a general guess of what had happened. This was clearly a scheme where the Bloodkill Hall was using the Chu family's enmity against the Luo family to draw Long Chen out. Considering Long Chen's close relationship with the Luo family, and that the Chu family was also mortal enemies with Long Chen, he definitely wouldn't just sit still while the Chu family was making things hard on the Luo family. After all, youngsters all felt like they were capable of anything. Once Long Chen was outside of the High Firmament Academy, they would have no more misgivings. After all, the High Firmament Academy was an extremely powerful existence, and they didn't dare to attack him inside. But outside, everything was possible. Unfortunately, the Luo family had a terrifying immortal king like Luo Zichuan standing guard over it, so they didn't dare to directly attack there. Thus, the Bloodkill Hall had come prepared. They had constructed these altars to summon the Netherworld's devil kings to handle Luo Zichuan. After that, they would wipe out Long Chen together with the Luo family. That way, even the High Firmament Academy couldn't interfere. After all, this was a personal grievance between the Luo family and the Chu family. The High Firmament Academy had no excuse to interfere. This was a well-calculated scheme. Although Long Chen was unaware of all of it, just these images allowed him to guess this much. Enemy attack! Shouts rang throughout the Chu family. At this moment, one of those shouters was silenced just as he spoke, an arrow protruding through his head. That divine lord was killed with a single arrow. Just as the formations were broken, Bai Xiaola seized the opportunity to silently bring everyone over to the altars. There was no need for orders. The 300 elite archers unleashed a torrent of arrows and shot the divine lords on the altars indiscriminately. They shot using those wooden arrows as if they cost nothing. On the other hand, the Chu family's experts roared and activated their manifestations, but then the wave of arrows struck them. By the time they reacted, it was too late. Even if they protected themselves with divine energy, it was useless. Their protective divine light was pierced through, and their bodies turned numb. Quite a few of those experts directly fell to the ground, twitching. Some of them sprouted roots that dug into the ground. It was a terrifying sight. As hundreds of divine lords collapsed, the other experts of the Chu family were shocked and immediately took out their weapons, activating their bloodline powers. As a result, saber light flashed like lightning and sword images filled the air like mountains, all collapsing on the Luo family's experts. The primal divine lords unleashed their full power. As the very space collapsed, those arrows flying through space were no longer able to reach them. "Archers, fall to the rear and continue shooting. Don't let them get close!" shouted Qin Feng. Only the initial wave could have such a large effect. Once the other side was prepared, the wooden arrows were no longer so threatening. The alarm of the Chu family continued to ring out, so the Chu family's experts, and the experts of sects subordinate to them must be rushing over. In this case, these archers were in charge of buying Longchen some time against them. Luo Chanwu, Luo Changwen, the Grand Elder, and the other primal divine lords charged as well. Suddenly, the void shuddered and the world changed color. A giant black saber image then soared into the heavens, slashing down like an unstoppable heavenly blade. Luo Chanwu and Luo Changwen almost shouted when they saw that saber chi. They thought that their father had come. That domineering saber aura was actually quite similar to Luo's Zichuan's. The saber slashed down like a starry river, slaying all the Chu family's experts that were in their way. Countless people were blasted apart. After the saber fell, one of the totems on the altar shattered. The altar instantly dimmed. After breaking one totem, Longchen rushed toward the next one. "Stop him!" the Chu family's experts shouted in a panic. These 5 totems almost exhausted the resources they had been gathering for countless years. If the totems were destroyed, all their efforts would be for nothing. "Can you stop me though?" sneered Longchen. A primal divine lord had just reached Longchen when Longchen's body swayed. Just like that, he flew past him with a flash of black light. As a result, that expert came to a stop, and a line of blood appeared down the middle of his body. Following that, his body split apart. He was cut in two. Chapter 32-34 King Item. Chapter 32-34 King Item. An explosion rang out as Luo Chanwu and Luo Changwen broke a totem as well. Both of them had violet chi billowing around them. With a single slash of their swords, the totem exploded. The two of them were truly worthy of being the Luo family's top experts. Once they unleashed their full power, the other primal divine lords of the Chu family were unable to stop them. They also knew that they had to break the altars, or things would turn sour quickly. Thus, the two of them instantly started off at full power. No one was able to stop them from breaking the altars. Boom! Long Chen's saber also slashed through the air. The Chu family's experts in his way were killed, unable to stop his saber that was slamming into the totem. The lives of the Chu family's experts that had blocked it reduced the power of this attack, but the totem was still split apart. The altar also turned dim. Long Chen then looked at Luo Chanwu and Luo Changwen. The two of them were charging toward the other altar. Meanwhile, the rest of the Luo family's experts were protecting their path. Long Chen immediately rushed for that last altar. As long as the altars were destroyed, the Chu family's schemes would fail. "Stop them!" One of the Chu family's experts charged in front of Long Chen. Suddenly, his aura grew explosively, and Long Chen jumped in shock. Boom! That primal divine lord actually detonated right in front of Long Chen. The terrifying power was like a volcano erupting. The life of a primal divine lord exploded right in front of Long Chen. Long Chen was forced back by that terrifying power. His legs dug into the ground, leaving a long ditch. He almost spat out blood. Long Chen hadn't expected the Chu family's people to be so vicious. They actually used their own life to stall for time. Another primal divine lord charged at Long Chen. Long Chen immediately unleashed a slash of his saber, not giving him time to detonate. Luo Chanwu and Luo Changwen were dealing with the same problem. The Chu family's experts seemed to have gone insane. They were detonating just to block the Luo family's experts. Bastards! The Grand Elder roared furiously and charged, but was suddenly grabbed by Luo Chanwu. Now wasn't the time to force it. They would be the ones to lose out. Just then, a rain of arrows flew through the air. A small squad of archers had appeared here, and hundreds of the Chu family's experts fell. Qin Feng was directing the combat. As he had stopped the rest of the Chu family's experts from reinforcing them, seeing this critical situation, he sent a group of 100 archers to assist. It was very effective. The Chu family's experts were once more caught off guard by the arrows, causing the arrows to be very effective again. As a result, the pressure on Luo Chanwu and the others decreased. They charged forward. Die! The Chu family's experts went insane, and a few charged at those archers. These troublesome fellows had to be eliminated now. Long Chen's heart turned cold. He knew that group of disciples was done for. No one could save them. He and the Luo brothers needed to eliminate the remaining altar. As for Qin Feng, he was dealing with countless experts, and was already being forced back. Their side wouldn't be able to hold out for long. However, despite knowing that they would die, those disciples simply continued to unleash arrows. They faced death indifferently, treating every person that they killed as profit. Die! The Chu family's experts quickly reached them. Quite a few of them were killed, but the remaining few quickly wiped out those archers. However, none of those archers made a sound. They were all stubborn warriors. Seeing this, Long Chen clenched his teeth, killing intent blazed in his eyes. As lightning appeared beneath his feet, he charged left and right. With every swing of his saber, an expert was slain, and he rapidly got closer to the altar. Right now, he had to rely entirely on fundamental techniques. There was no opening for any big moves. If it hadn't been for Luo Zichuan's pointers, Long Chen would definitely be at a disadvantage here. Even in front of this many primal divine lords, Long Chen was still attacking and defending steadily. Hence, the Chu family's experts pounced on him, detonating one after another. Long Chen didn't even have a chance to summon his battle armor. His saber danced as he got closer to the altar. Boom! Suddenly, a black figure shot out of Long Chen's body. Lei Linger flew away from Long Chen's body, heading toward the altar. With everyone's attention on Long Chen, they didn't expect someone else to suddenly appear. At this distance, by the time they reacted, Lei Linger had reached the altar. A black sword appeared in her hand and she struck the altar. As a result, the altar exploded. Right now, Long Chen had the urge to slap his own face. He had actually forgotten that Lei Linger could now leave his body. If she hadn't reminded him, he would be wasting this trump card. Lei Linger had taken the form of a lightning girl. After destroying this altar, she flew toward the other altar. Anyone who tried to stop her, whether they were primals or simply ordinary divine lords, were simply blasted apart. Stop her! The Chu family's experts began self-detonating in front of the final altar. Ripples spread in every direction, and even Lei Linger was forced back. Just then, a dragon roar rang out and Long Chen was clad in golden armor. With everyone's attention on Lei Linger, he finally had a chance to summon the golden dragon battle armor. Long Chen then stamped on the air. The void collapsed, and he shot out like a meteor. His saber slashed toward the final altar. Even in this twisting space, even with the Chu family's detonating experts, Long Chen's saber could ignore the laws of space to crush it. The twisting space that was the result of their detonations was unable to stop Long Chen's saber. This saber contained the essence of the saber Dao that Luo Zichuan had transmitted to him. Just as his saber was about to strike the altar, the void twisted and a pill furnace appeared, exploding Long Chen's black saber. As a result, Long Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood and flew back. He felt like his body had almost collapsed. The divine might of that pill furnace was terrifying. Countless divine runes flowed on top of the pill furnace. Eyeing it, Longchen actually got a familiar feeling. Day-night furnace! Longchen cried out. He instantly thought of the Pill Valley's divine item. Although the construction wasn't the exact same, the runes were a bit similar. The aura in particular was alike. At this moment, the pill furnace slowly spun, and divine light flowed out of it. A figure then appeared on top of it. It was a withered elder that looked like a corpse that had crawled out of its coffin. Golden light shone in his eyes. So you actually recognize the origin of this pill furnace? His voice was dry and raspy, and it raised people's hair. Upon seeing this elder, Luo Chanwu and Luo Changwen's expressions changed. That's a king item! Chapter 32-35 Snatching the King Item. Chapter 32-35 Snatching the King Item. A king item was the divine weapon of a world king. Only world kings that were also craftsmen were qualified to create one, and their power could truly destroy heaven and earth. The Luo family and the Chu family had been fighting for so many years. However, the former had never once heard that the Chu family had a king item. How did such a terrifying pill furnace appear here? Luo Chanwu and Luo Changwen's hearts sank. A treasure on this level could only be stopped by Luo Zichuan's violet fern. But Luo Zichuan had brought violet fern away. Even the scabbard of violet fern wasn't able to unleash its full power without Luo Zichuan personally using it. The thing that they felt most helpless about was that there was no retreat for them at this moment. They could only fight. Now they felt regret. They shouldn't have only done this probing blow. They should have gathered the full force of the Luo family for this attack. But it was too late to regret anything now. If they retreated now, what would they use to stop the Chu family's devil kings? They couldn't stop now. The pill furnace was shining with divine light, and standing atop the pill furnace was an elder. That elder was the Chu family's current family head, Chu Yingxiong. The current Chu Yingxiong had summoned his manifestation. Within that light, a vague figure could be seen. It was Fallen Day Knight. Longchen instantly recognized it. Adding on the pill furnace, it was clear that this fellow was a follower of Fallen Day Knights. Fallen Day Knight and Lord Brahma truly were two birds of the same flock. Even their followers were shared. Longchen shook his head, and his bloodied hand instantly recovered. Call over Luo Zichuan. Chu Yingxiang's gaze was as sharp as an eagle as he looked around. Crushing a little Chu family doesn't require the family head to do anything. The few of us are more than enough to destroy your Chu family. Longchen had lost his saber, but his gaze was not at all subdued. He didn't panic. Actually, the truth was that he was almost drooling as he stared at the pill furnace. He was like a hungry wolf eyeing meat. A king item pill furnace? Just how badass would it be to use that to refine pills? Hand over the pill furnace, and it'll leave you with an intact corpse. Longchen clasped his hands behind his back and shouted. Hearing this, Luo Chanwu and the others almost fainted. What was this child saying? Right now, they had to hurry up and decide whether they were to keep fighting or flee. Time was incredibly precious. This battle was led by Longchen, so they didn't know what strategy he had. They simply stared at him. The rest of the Chu family's experts also came to a pause. Only Qin Feng continued to lead the rest of the Luo family's experts against the Chu family's experts. But here, everyone was simply clenching their weapons tightly, ready to keep fighting at any moment. What a huge joke! If Luo Zichuan doesn't come up, you'll all be annihilated. Let's see if he shows himself or not, sneered Chu Yingxiong. He formed hand seals, and the divine statue behind him instantly grew clear. That figure within the light was clearly Fallen Day Knight. When his figure appeared, the pill furnace rumbled and shot toward Longchen. Luo Chanwu, Luo Changwen, and the others all knew how terrifying king items were. They prepared to join forces against Chu Yingxiong when Longchen laughed. What kind of wolf are you trying to be? As your altars were destroyed and your Chu family's people were slain, you simply cowered, praying to your god. You only dared to come out once the god's radiance was bestowed upon you. Do you think that you're unrivaled with fallen day knight's protection? Who told you that this pill furnace was used like this? Long Chen formed hand seals behind his back, and a lotus mark appeared on his palms. Long Chen then shoved his hands forward. As a result, 2 flame lotuses bloomed, and flame chains shot out, binding the pill furnace. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. You don't know your own power. Chu Yingxiang sneered disdainfully. Just as the pill furnace was about to smash into Long Chen, the space behind Long Chen twisted, forming a giant black hole. Get in here. As Long Chen opened the primal chaos space, the flame chains dragged the pill furnace into it. Just as the primal chaos space was opened, that mighty pill furnace went from a tiger to a rabbit. It cowered, and it didn't even dare to resist. The black hole then sucked in the pill furnace. Chu Yingxiang was shocked. When half the pill furnace entered the black hole, he sensed that he was losing connection to the pill furnace. Get back here! Chu Yingxiang instantly panicked. This pill furnace was the priceless treasure that fallen Day Knight had given the Chu family. However, to truly obtain this reward, they had to do something worthy of it, and that would be killing Long Chen. Right now, Chu Yingxiang was only borrowing it. If the pill furnace was lost and Long Chen wasn't slain, then the Chu family would have committed a grave sin against their god. The Chu family might be mercilessly erased. In order to obtain this treasure, the Chu family had meticulously arranged this trap, using the Devil's Seed to entrap Long Chen and the Luo family. This should have been a surefire method, but unexpectedly, Long Chen had appeared here right at the critical moment. Long Chen's sudden appearance was out of nowhere. Afraid that Luo Zichuan was hiding, Chu Yingxiang hadn't dared to directly charge out. Instead, he had prayed to fallen Day Knight, gathering the faith energy inside his divine statue for himself. The Chu family's experts were fighting so crazily because they knew that if they failed this time, the Chu family would be doomed. Hence, they had no choice but to throw their lives away. Chu Yingxiang turned green with fear. If Long Chen took the pill furnace, then how would he fight Luo Zichuan? Chu Yingxiang then roared, his divine energy raging. The might of an immortal king was fully unleashed. As a result, countless cracks appeared in the air, as if the world would shatter. Chu Yingxiang grabbed one ear of the pill furnace, pulling it back with all his might. But Long Chen was activating the power of the primal chaos space, sucking it in. Since half the pill furnace had been sucked in, its powerful suction was even stronger now. Chu Yingxiang unleashed his full power and essentially entered a tug-of-war with the primal chaos space. However, no matter how great his power or if he was supported by divine energy, even if he now had the power of an immortal king, he was still unable to pull it out. Damn thing, can you resist? Long Chen pulled as hard as he could. However, he felt the pill furnace slowly being pulled out. He was unable to beat Chu Yingxiang. If only the pill furnace would fight. Then that would provoke the primal chaos space, and it would definitely put the furnace in its place. However, it was like a frightened rabbit, not daring to resist or even run. Long Chen began to worry. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to beat Chu Yingxiang. Good chance! Attack together! After Luo Changwen sent orders to the top experts, all of them bit down on a medicinal pill hidden in their mouths. As a result, their blood qi erupted, and violet qi soared into the heavens. Their blood qi power instantly multiplied several times, and they charged at Chu Yingxiang. Chapter 32-36 The Chu Family's Sinister Scheme. Chapter 32-36 The Chu Family's Sinister Scheme. God Barrier! Seeing Luo Changwu suddenly unleashing such power, Chu Yingxiang was shocked. Their auras had instantly reached the half-step immortal king realm. Following his shout, the earth split open, and 2 divine statues rose out. Those 2 statues were of Lord Brahma and fallen Day Knight. The Chu family's divine statues were actually buried underground. Once they appeared, divine light erupted out of them, forming a giant barrier protecting Chu Yingxiang. Luo Chanwu and the other swords slashed onto the barrier. The barrier rumbled but didn't immediately break. However, as they continued to attack, the two statues began to shake. Cracks began to appear on top of them. "The divine statues won't last much longer before they break," shouted Luo Chanwu. They continued to attack, and their immense power caused the earth to shake. Countless buildings collapsed. "Ignore me! Stop that girl!" Just as countless experts of the Chu family rushed toward Chu Yingxiong to help, he shouted at them. Lei Linger had reached the final altar. Lei Linger's sword slashed into the altar, and a heaven-shaking explosion erupted. Cracks appeared on the totem. One more slash would break it. Just as she was preparing her second strike, a primal divine lord of the Chu family charged over at her with a golden rune on his forehead. His blood she ignited, and he forced her back. The Chu family's divine lords rushed over to her, their blood she igniting. Right now, their auras all soared. Igniting longevity. Pretty vicious! Long Chun was surprised. With the appearance of the two divine statues, they were supported by divine energy. Using that divine energy, they burned their own longevity in exchange for raising their power as high as possible. Burning their longevity was like burning their own lives. It was an irrecoverable, self-damaging technique. It was extremely vicious, but the temporary power that could be gained by doing so was also very terrifying. Lei Linger was surrounded by hundreds of divine lords. Even then, she was constantly cutting them down. It was just that there were too many of them, and their divine energy compressed space. She tried to get past them several times to attack the totem but was unable to succeed. She was gradually forced back more and more. The Chu family's experts were truly going crazy. As soon as they became unable to stop Lei Linger, one of them would detonate just to force her further back. These detonations also affected their comrades beside them, occasionally killing them. They had no choice but to throw their lives away. If they failed, then the entire Chu family would be destroyed. Their numbers dwindled. Lei Linger ended up being the reaper of their lives, but they continued to persevere. In the distance, the sound of killing also rang out. Qin Feng's saber was unstoppable as countless experts fell in his path. Su Zixiong followed behind him. At this moment, 3 flower petals spun in Bai Shaole's eyes. Space then layered and countless people were caught in that layered space, bewildered until they were crushed by the spatial pressure. Luo Bing, Luo Ning, Luo Shui, and Luo Qing followed the 3 of them. Behind them were the Luo family's 200 archers. They were blocking wave after wave of experts. Qin Feng's mission was to stop them so that Long Chun and the others could fight at ease. If they failed, then Long Chen's side would be thrown into greater danger. Most of these experts belonged to the various forces within the Qing prefecture. There were too many divine lords to count. The fortunate thing was that the Luo family's archers were truly powerful. The arrows made by the Wood Foundation divine trees possessed terrifying killing power. Just with their pitiful numbers, they were able to block that army all the way until now. The Chu family's territory had transformed into a sea of blood. Meanwhile, Long Qin and Chu Yingxiong were still fighting over the pill furnace, but Long Qin found himself more and more at a disadvantage. He cursed the pill furnace's item spirit for not resisting at all, not provoking the primal chaos space. Long Qin had no way to order the primal chaos space to attack, so he grew anxious. This treasure was a must-have for him. Luo Chanwu and the others continued to attack the barrier. Countless cracks had appeared on Lord Brahma and fallen Day Knight statues. They looked like they might shatter at any moment, but they simply refused to. As for Lei Linger's side, the Chu family's experts were constantly being cut down, either by being killed by Lei Linger or through their own self-detonations. The bad news was the final altar's totem was growing brighter and brighter. A terrifying aura began to come from it, making people's souls quiver. It was as if some terrifying beast was about to arrive. They had reached a critical moment. Amongst these multiple battlefields, all that was required was a single breakthrough for the other side to be wiped out. Long Chen's flame chains shuddered as they pulled the pill furnace. If the pill furnace once more landed in Chu Yingxiang's hands, Long Chen would never get such a good opportunity again. Chu Yingxiong was also pulling the pill furnace with all his power. If he could gain control over it again, the battle would instantly become one-sided. Now the question was when the balance of the battlefield would tip over. If Luo Zichuan hasn't come out even at such a time, I'm sure that something had happened to him, shouted Chu Yingxiong suddenly. The expression of the Luo family's elders twitched. Longchen instantly got a bad feeling. Their expression was essentially telling the other side the truth. Those old fellows were actually lacking a strong enough mentality to not react. As expected, Luo Zichuan was their mental pillar, and without him, they lost that pillar. Ha ha ha, since that's the case, you can all die! Chu Yingxiong seemed to understand and laughed. Boom! The sea of blood on the ground suddenly condensed toward the altar. That final altar instantly turned red from all that blood. Originally, I was planning on using the spirit blood of the Chu family to condense the god's curse, but now there's no need. Since that's the case, let this blood become an offering, roared Chu Yingxiong. Long Chen's heart shuddered. Chu Yingxiong truly was ruthless as he still had this trump card. All the Chu family's experts that were dying right now were part of his plan. Although Long Chen didn't know what this god curse was, it was clearly a trump card that Chu Yingxiong had been preparing for Luo Zichuan. In other words, when Long Chen came here and started killing people, Chu Yingxiong saw everything and let them continue just to use the Chu family's blood against Luo Zichuan. Long Chen's guess that he had been praying to the divine statue to summon the god's power was actually wrong. In other words, Long Chen suddenly looked toward the altar. He finally noticed that the 5 altars might look identical, but the final altar's light seemed a bit different. Damn! This bastard really is crafty! Long Chen's heart shuddered. That final altar was very likely intentionally preserved by Chu Yingxiong. Just then, the totem absorbing all that fresh blood exploded. A giant blood-colored gate then appeared on top of the altar. With the gate open, an enormous figure came out of it. It was a life form with 2 horns on its head and a bone blade on its back. Its entire body was wrapped in fire. Immortal King! When they saw that terrifying life form, Luo Chanwu and the others felt like they had dropped into an iceberg. A cold chill filled them from top to bottom. Chapter 32-37 Bone Blade Flame Devil. Chapter 32-37 Bone Blade Flame Devil. This life form was 300 meters tall, and had a pair of bull horns. Its head was a cross between a horse and a donkey, and it had 4 limbs and a long tail. Moreover, its body was wrapped in flames, and those flames ignited this world, turning the Chu family's land into a sea of fire. It let out a heaven-shaking roar, which shook the world and tore the earth asunder. The power of a king shook people's souls. Chan Wu, bring Long Chen away! It'll buy you some time! Shouted Luo Changwen. Just a single Chu Yingxiong was already hard enough for them to deal with. With the addition of this terrifying life form, they could only flee. Do you think you can get away? You should know that this is a gift I prepared for Luo Zichuan. Since he hasn't come, I'll give it to you instead. Chu Yingxiong laughed. Boom! Finally, Long Chen was unable to hold on. The flame chains shattered and the pill furnace returned to Chu Yingxiong's grasp. From start to end, the primal chaos space refused to help Long Chen. Long Chen, run away to the High Firmament Academy. They'll stall for you, said Luo Changwen to Long Chen when he retreated to their side. That is a life form from hell. It's not human, so there's nothing to fear. The most important thing is for everyone to work together and kill Chu Yingxiong. Long Chen eyed that giant life form. He recognized it as a bone blade flame devil from the netherworld. In his days with Ming Sangyue in the netherworld, due to their bodies being one, their souls touched, Long Chen knew quite a few secrets of the netherworld. This bone blade flame devil was a life form from the netherworld. But upon entering the immortal world, it would be suppressed by the laws here. Although it could control flame energy, it slanted more toward power. Its flame energy was terrifying, but it didn't know how to use it much. Hence, it couldn't count as a terrifying existence to Long Chen. The most thorny opponent here was still Chu Yingxiong. Just then, Chu Yingxiong retreated with the pill furnace, hiding behind the bone blade flame devil. He then pressed his hand against the altar, and one life form after another came out of the gate. Fuck! When Longchen saw 8 different life forms from the netherworld appear out of the gate, his scalp turned numb. A single netherworld creature at the Immortal King realm could still be slain with technique. But 8? What kind of technique could be used against them? In order to kill Longchen and wipe out the Luo family, my Chu family has worked hard. We've exhausted all the resources we had accumulated for so long. Adding on the resources from the Bloodkill Hall, you can die happily. Chu Yingxiang laughed, feeling very pleased. No matter what scheme you have, no matter what technique Luo Zichuan has, it's all useless. After killing you, he'll send these life forms to destroy the Luo family and everyone inside it. Longchen cursed his luck. This was crazy. There was no other way, so at this moment, the 3-flower pupil appeared in his left eye. He needed to use the power of the purgatory eyes again. In the worst case, he would become a one-eyed person for a few more months. Ha ha ha, patiently await your deaths, laughed Chu Yingxiang. Just then, the gate rumbled as if a hammer had struck it. Chu Yingxiang's laughter was cut off, and he was stunned. This altar should have summoned only 8 of those life forms. In truth, of the 5 altars, 4 were fake. When the other altars were broken, their energy flowed into this final altar. This was the trap that Chu Yingxiang had set up. If the Luo family noticed something and suddenly attacked, they would break the altars. It went without saying that his planning was very meticulous. He always had backup plans. However, according to the Bloodkill Hall, these ancient altars were a kind of contractual summons. They only had 8 contractual runes, meaning they could only summon 8 lifeforms from the netherworld. This contract was like hiring mercenaries. After paying them with their sacrifices, those mercenaries would have to help them out. This contract also had a time limit. After 2 hours, the contract would end, and they would be pulled back into the netherworld. However, all 8 of them had appeared. Why was another life form striking the spatial gate? Boom! The spatial gate exploded. After that, a pair of giant hands clawed at the void, tearing the sky apart. A humanoid life form with a pair of giant wings then appeared. This life form was far larger than the bone blade flame devils, which only reached its knees. Its body was covered by scales, and there was a vertical eye on its forehead. A terrifying aura instantly crashed down on everyone. The bone blade flame devils were previously roaring arrogantly, but as soon as this life form appeared, they didn't dare to move. They even began to quiver. Chu Yingxiang was delighted. He hadn't expected such a surprise. He had actually summoned such a terrifying life form. Kill them! Shouted Chu Yingxiang. However, the bone blade flame devil simply quivered and knelt on the ground. As for that final life form, it didn't even look at Chu Yingxiang. Instead, its gaze turned toward Longchen. You are Longchen? This life form actually spat out human words. Its voice was loud, like a divine drum being struck. It was so loud it felt like people's souls would scatter. Luo Chanwu, Luo Changwen, and the others jumped in shock. This life form from the netherworld actually recognized Longchen? Even Longchen himself was shocked. He nodded. Yes. I am Longchen. Good. The Heavenly King mentioned your name before. He had received a favor from you, so he asked us not to make things hard on you. I didn't expect to run into you here though. What a surprise. The giant life form actually sat down and grabbed one of the quivering bone blade flame devils. It bit off half of its head. That bone blade flame devil continued to quiver, but curiously it didn't even dare to make a sound. Only a crunching sound rang out as the giant life form bit into the rest of the head. It was like he was eating a carrot. Luo Chanwu, Luo Changwen, and the others felt a chill. They had never seen such a terrifying life form before. Even now, the other bone blade flame devils didn't run. They continued to kneel, as if simply waiting to be eaten. The life form looked at Longchen curiously. No one can defy the Heavenly King's orders. But I'm curious, how did a weak fellow like you end up doing a favor for the Heavenly King? Heavenly King? Long Chen had no idea who that was. But suddenly, a memory flashed in his head, and he shook. Is it that thing? Chapter 32-38 Terrifying Three-Eyed Lifeform. Chapter 32-38 Terrifying Three-Eyed Lifeform. Long Chen thought of when he was in the Netherworld to break through to the Nether Passage realm. When leaving the gates of Hell, he had stolen the door knocker. That door knocker seemed to have been a seal. With it removed, a terrifying existence was unleashed. At that time, Long Chen had immediately fled and didn't get a clear look at that figure. Is that Heavenly King of yours a being with 3 heads? Asked Long Chen. Yes, that is our great Heavenly King. Little fellow, you're quite skilled to make the Heavenly King owe you a favor. You should leave this place and come to our netherworld. As the junior brother of the Heavenly King, you will be able to obtain anything you want. The three-eyed life form swallowed that bone blade flame devil that was in the immortal king realm in just a few bites. He then grabbed another one and bit it in half. Luo Chanwu, Luo Chanwen, and the others shivered. What kind of existence was this? Immortal kings were consumed like snacks. Furthermore, those life forms didn't even dare to resist. Chu Yingxiang's expression changed. He had never expected things to progress in such a way. This terrifying life form actually knew Long Chen and wanted a good relationship with him. A bad feeling then rose in his heart. I was the one who summoned you. Since you accepted my offerings, you must follow the contract. I order you to kill them. Chu Yingxiang hid behind the pill furnace and shouted at that terrifying life form. Peh! Hearing this, that life form spat in his direction. A large skull shot out of his mouth, whistling toward Chu Yingxiang. With a bang, the skull landed on the furnace and transformed into dust. As for Chu Yingxiang, he coughed up blood, and the 2 divine statues crumbled, their divine light dissipating. The pill furnace was undamaged, but Chu Yingxiang was severely impacted and almost died. Moreover, the 2 divine statues supporting him were destroyed. If he hadn't had those 2 divine statues from the start, he would have long since died. But while those 2 divine statues had managed to protect him this one time, it would only be once. Even the skull of that immortal king life form was turned into dust. That power surpassed the understanding of everyone present. This was not even an attack. It was a simple spitting of a skull, but it shattered both divine statues and caused Chu Yingxiang to lose their protection. The divine light around him then began to dim. Long Chen suddenly extended a hand. Flame chains once more wrapped around the pill furnace, and it was pulled over to Long Chen. Get back, Dash! Chu Yingxiang was shocked and tried to grab it. But he was one step too late. Just now, he had almost been killed, and having lost the support of his divine power, his reactions were clearly a bit slower. Long Chen instantly threw the pill furnace into the primal chaos space. Once it was inside, Long Chen laughed. He almost started dancing with joy. That was a king item. A treasure that only a world king could forge. With it, he was like a tiger with wings. Long Chen, you dare to steal divine venerate day-night's things? You will face a terrible retribution, shouted Chu Yingxiang as he coughed up blood. That was a king item. Without a world king's power, it should be impossible to control it. The only reason that Chu Yingxiang had been able to use it was because of the support of the divine statues. Hence, even now, he was unable to understand how Long Chen was able to take a king item. Long Chen had taken it just like that, so Chu Yingxiang despaired. He had never expected to lose this way. How had his plan drawn out such a terrifying life form? How was this terrifying life form connected to Long Chen? Just then, the sky abruptly changed and the stars shuddered. It was as if some power was gathering. Your world's laws wish to kill me. I have to leave, or I'll be killed. The three-eyed life form directly killed the other life forms summoned by Chu Yingxiang. As for the rest, he tied them up with a cord, seemingly planning on bringing them away. Long Chen hastily cried out, Brother, can you leave one for me? You want to eat one? Asked the three-eyed life form. No, not eat. I just have a use for it, said Long Chen. The Bone Blade Flame Devil possessed a devil core with immense flame energy. That was definitely great nourishment for Huolong. Furthermore, its bone blade was the condensation of its live's energy. It was incredibly tough and was a natural flame element divine weapon. Both the devil core and bone blade were priceless treasures. Alright, I don't mind not eating one. Without you, I wouldn't have found so much prey at once as well. It can count as your reward. The three-eyed life form had tied them all up, but due to Longchen, it tossed one back out to him. It tied the rest of its prey to its waist and said, "Little fellow, do you really not want to come to the netherworld? With the Heavenly King looking after you, you will be able to do whatever you want there." Longchen was truly moved. This three-eyed life form seemed to be nothing more than a subordinate of the Heavenly King, but it was already so terrifying. Perhaps Longchen would have it easier there. However, when he thought about it, his action had been entirely unintentional. To have the other side repay that debt was the conduct of a petty man. Furthermore, he had his own pride. He couldn't possibly live off of other people's charity. Ultimately, he shook his head. "I'm grateful for the Heavenly King's good intentions. If you have a chance, please tell him that what I did back then was nothing more than an accident, so there's no need to worry about it. I saved him once, and he saved me once, so we are even. If I have the chance, I might go to the netherworld and drink a few cups with the Heavenly King." Just then, the stars in the sky gathered and the three-eyed life form nodded. Glancing at the sky, it dove back into the spatial gate, vanishing. Once it was gone, that terrifying power gathering in the sky also faded. Everything returned to normal. When the three-eyed life form appeared, everyone stopped fighting. Now that it was gone, Longchen turned to Chu Yingxiong and smiled sinisterly. "Your Chu family can rest in peace." Longchen then grabbed the bone blade flame devil's corpse with his left hand. With a lightning blade in his right hand, he charged at Chu Yingxiong. Boom! Chu Yingxiong blocked, only to be knocked back. Without his divine energy supporting him, his aura instantly weakened. "Chu Yingxiong, return my brother's lives." Just as Chu Yingxiong was knocked back, the Grand Elder charged toward him, becoming one with his sword. Two sharp blades stabbed into two bodies. Seeing this, Longchen jumped in shock. Why would the Grand Elder suddenly go so crazy as to die with his opponent? The next moment, Luo Changhua's sword slashed down, and Chu Yingxiang's head went flying. As for Luo Changwen, his sword stabbed into Chu Yingxiang's dantian. This was actually a combination attack. It looked very dangerous on the surface, but with all three of them cooperating, it was the most effective killing blow. With Chu Yingxiong slain, the Chu family's experts despaired. It was unknown who made the call first, but the Chu family's experts began to flee in every direction. Chapter 32-39 The Chu Family's Destruction. Chapter 32-39 The Chu Family's Destruction. Chu Yingxiang's death made the Chu family lose all hope. Having lost the will to fight, the Chu family's experts fled. As for the various experts of the Qing prefecture, they were led by the Chu family, and the only reason they fought so hard was because if they didn't, they wouldn't be able to keep their lives. They were afraid of the Chu family's bloody methods, as well as Lord Brahma's power. But with Chu Yingxiong dead, everything was over. There was no need for them to keep risking their lives. As a result, all of the Qing prefecture's experts fled. As for Qin Feng, Bai Xiaola, Su Zixiong, and the others, they rejoined Longchen. Qin Feng and the others were covered in blood. Su Zixiong in particular had several holes in his body, and one of his arms was almost falling from his body. Luo Bing, Luo Shui, and the others were also soaked in blood. Moreover, only over 80 archers remained. Qin Feng's side had also been an intense battlefield. His treasure item saber was now jagged. It seemed that he had encountered a terrifying opponent as well. If it hadn't been for the Luo family's archers, there would have been no way they could stop all those divine lords. Those divine lords had almost gone crazy. Quite a few of them were Lord Brahma's fervent believers. Faith sometimes unleashed a terrifying power. Grand Elder, are you all right? Just then, a startled cry rang out. The Grand Elder had exchanged serious wounds with Chu Yingxiong. Now, he was tottering, his face white as paper. When his aura instantly weakened, it caused people to jump. It's fine. The medicinal effect has passed, so a temporary weakness is natural. Help the Grand Elder recover, and we'll immediately leave. Longchen grabbed Chu Yingxiang's head as he spoke. Just then, he used Thunder Force to shatter his soul and conduct a quick soul search. Luo Changwen suddenly shouted. This battle was between the Luo family and the Chu family. It has nothing to do with others. The Chu family was the ringleader, and the rest of you were simply forced to do their bidding. My Luo family won't place the blame on you. You can also be counted as victims, so the Chu family's businesses here are yours to split up as compensation. My Luo family will not be touching them. His voice reached those fleeing experts. Hence, they hastily stopped and looked back at the Luo family. Longchen raised his thumb as Luo Changwen. He truly was skilled. At the next moment, an elder took out a family boat, and everyone quickly got on. After getting on the boat, all the Luo family's powerful experts felt a wave of weakness. Luo Changwen and Luo Changwu felt a splitting headache, so they sagged on the ground weakly. This was the after effect of the explosive blood pill. It overdrafted their bloodline power to forcibly increase their realm. Fortunately, having gotten onto the flying boat, the outsiders couldn't possibly notice. As they directly left, countless experts instantly turned greedy and charged back. Fuck, the Chu family has bullied us for so many years. It's time for compensation. Grab what you can. Not just that, don't forget to eliminate the Chu family while you can. The Xing Prefecture's experts directly charged back on the Chu family. Being forced to submit to the Chu family was something that they had no choice in. Moreover, only some people were loyal followers of Lord Brahma, but they had mostly been killed by Qin Feng and the others. The others had no feelings toward Lord Brahma and only had hatred for the Chu family. Kill! The Chu family was suddenly filled with the sound of battle once more. The Xing Prefecture's experts launched a slaughter against the survivors of the Chu family. Killing people for their treasures was a scene that constantly repeated itself all the time. On top of the flying boat, Longchen shook his head as he watched the chaos and flames that engulfed the Chu family. People in this world should understand gratitude when weak and respect when strong. The Chu family did things in an overbearing manner. Sometimes leaving people a way out is also leaving yourself a way out in the future. Long Chen's quick soul search on Chu Yingxiang's soul made him aware of all kinds of outrageous acts done by the Chu family. They were enough to enrage him, so their destruction today was retribution for all of that. It's too bad that the Luo family's fallen children weren't here. Otherwise, there would have truly been a slaughter. The Chu family owes us far too much. The Grand Elder clenched his teeth despite being in a weakened state. The Grand Elder had followed Luo Zichuan the longest. He was the last remaining member of the 10 great generals, and it was unknown how many people beside him had died to the Chu family's hands. His hatred for the Chu family had already sunk into his bones. The reason he had gone so crazy against Chu Yingxiong was because he suddenly thought of all his brothers that had died in Chu Yingxiong's hands. Seeing victory in sight, he didn't even care if he died. He was willing to drag Chu Yingxiong down with him. Grand Elder, if you go see our Luo family's ancestors like this, they will definitely curse you, said Luo Changwen. He knew what the Grand Elder was thinking. He wanted to go accompany those brothers once more, which was why he had launched such a foolish attack. If it hadn't been for Luo Changwen and Luo Chanwu at the end, he really might have died with Chu Yingxiong. You are correct. If I die like this, so worthlessly when I can still have use, my brothers will definitely curse me. The Grand Elder nodded, taking this lesson to heart. Luo Changwen nodded. The ancestors of the Luo family were all heroes. They didn't frown at all when going into battle. But for them to go slaughter those weak children and women, even if there is a giant sea of blood's worth of enmity between us, they definitely wouldn't be able to do that. Since they can't do that, and since such a scourge cannot be left alive, this is the best end. The other elders all nodded. Although they hated the Chu family to an indescribable level, after killing their warriors, they were unable to carry out the full massacre. Looking at the sea of fire filling the Chu family, and the countless experts slaughtering and pillaging their land, they knew that the Chu family was truly done for. Even if the Luo family didn't do anything, the Qing prefecture's experts would make sure that the Chus were torn out by the roots. They were all afraid that the Chu family might rise once more and find them for revenge. It was just like back in the day when the Luo and the Chu families first fought. They wouldn't let this history repeat itself. They would not let the Chu family rise once more. All of them could see the Luo family's mistake. Thus, they would not let that history repeat itself. They were not the Luo family. If those remnants were not annihilated, they would have to worry about their descendants being wiped out. Longqin, are you all right? Luo Changwen turned to Longqin. He was also covered in blood. I'm fine. I didn't even have a chance to use my abilities. It was definitely a vexing battle for me. We only won thanks to everyone's contributions. Longqin smiled bitterly. It felt like he had never had a chance to really use his full power. Even Lei Linger hadn't had a chance to unleash any big moves. By the time he had a chance to do anything, his saber was broken, and then that terrifying life form had prepared. Overlooking the entire battlefield, it felt like he had been the most useless one. This truly was a vexing battle. You're too humble. Without you, the Luo family would probably have been destroyed, said Luo Chanwu. Only now did I understand what it means that the younger generation will surpass the old. Speaking of which, did you manage to find out any of the secrets of the Chu family? Chapter 3240 The Long Clan. Chapter 3240 The Long Clan. Luo Changwen had noticed Longqin grabbing Chu Yingxiang's head, as well as sensed his powerful spiritual strength surge. He knew that Longqin had conducted a soul search. However, he didn't have much hope for the soul search. A half-step immortal king had powerful enough spiritual strength that it would be very difficult for Longqin to obtain any valuable information from it. Longqin nodded. I did get some useful information. The operation this time was the result of the Chu family volunteering for it. Having faced multiple setbacks, they were both angry and afraid. They haven't had any outstanding displays in the last few days. After losing out several times, they were afraid that Lord Brahma would stop caring about them. Without his support, the Chu family would not have the power to fight our Luo family. And Puta is Lord Brahma's #1 dog. Chu Yingxiang wished to suck up to the Bloodkill Hall, so they came up with this plan. Most likely, and Puta felt that this plan should work and agreed to it. He provided both the manpower and resources for this operation. It truly has to be said that the Chu family's heads weren't all full of crap. This Chu Yingxiang was quite crafty. His first target was the Luo family. If I didn't come, he would have used this power to eliminate the Luo family. Even if the plan failed, and Puta wouldn't blame him. After all, he had done everything he could. But after I came, he was even more assured, and he ignited a secret incense, which the higher-ups had given him, in the Ying prefecture. It is odorless to us, but the sea demons are quite sensitive to it. They were drawn to it, resulting in their attacks. Then, they simply needed to get into an attacking posture, making us split our attention. They had plenty of time to prepare their trick this time. But we came before they could finish. When Longqin explained all this, the Luo family's experts sighed. When it came to scheming, the Luo family truly couldn't compare to the Chu family. It's thanks to you. Otherwise, with our characters, we would still be defending. I even opposed your original plan. I'm ashamed. Luo Chanwu bitterly smiled. When Longqin had first proposed attacking the Chu family, Luo Chanwu had felt it to be too dangerous and had disagreed. Helpless to change his mind, Longqin had changed the plan to a probing attack. In reality, when Longqin gave every primal divine lord in the Luo family an explosive blood pill, it was a subtle indication for Luo Chanwu to bring all of them. However, Luo Chanwu acted like he didn't understand Longqin's intentions and had only brought these few people. Thinking about it, he felt a burst of fear. Just a little bit more and the Luo family would have been destroyed under their passivity. It's fine. Even if we hadn't come, the Chu family would have been crushed by that three-eyed life form, laughed Long Chen. Luo Changwen shook his head. That's impossible. Without you, we wouldn't have sneak attacked the Chu family. Without that sneak attack, he wouldn't have sacrificed the Chu family's blood to draw over those lifeforms. If my guess is correct, it is precisely because Chu Yingxiong was forced to take drastic measures that the disturbance drew over that three-eyed life form. Thus, if we hadn't gone over, the Chu family would have slowly and steadily summoned those 8 immortal king lifeforms and attacked the Luo family. Afterward, the positions of who would be destroyed would be swapped. The other experts nodded. This sneak attack had truly saved the Luo family. Even the Grand Elder was grateful toward Long Qin, especially with the way Long Qin mentioned our Luo family. It truly made them feel like he was one of them. Hee, don't overpraise me. It was a complete coincidence. I've done countless foolish things in this lifetime, but I like to have the tempo under my control. If others want to play chess with me, they'll flip the board. Furthermore, we are one family. The Luo family's matters are my matters. What's the point of so much courtesy? Their praise made Long Qin embarrassed. Ha ha ha, that's right, we're one family. There's no need to talk like outsiders. Luo Changwen laughed. He was liking Long Qin more and more. He felt close to him. However, he didn't know that this person he had such a high opinion of was also his nephew. Half the blood within him belonged to the Luo family. Uncle, no matter how you put it, this matter is now done once and for all. Long Qin almost called him his maternal uncle and hastily coughed to cover it up. That's right. The Chu family is definitely done for this time. But just to be safe, we'll need to keep an eye on the Chu family's movements in the Qing prefecture. We won't make the same mistake twice, said Luo Changwen seriously. This time, they had to erase the Chu family from this world. They would not allow this scourge to rise once more. Uncle Wen, can I ask where the Long clan is within the Qing prefecture? Asked Long Qin casually. Long Qin had used the most domineering method to shatter Chu Yingxiang's soul, breaking the restrictions within it, and preventing him from erasing any memories. However, such a method left him with only fragments to look through that couldn't be pieced together. In these fragments, Long Qin had seen a bit regarding Long Aotian and also a bit about the Long clan within the Qing prefecture. However, he didn't gain much from those fragments, so he asked Luo Chanwu. The Luo family seniors twitched when they heard that name. Their expressions grew a bit ugly. Luo Chanwu and Luo Changwen exchanged a glance. Luo Changwen was the one to say, the Long clan had some grievances with the Luo family over 20 years ago. Later on, they moved, and no further news came from them. But just over a year ago, they resurfaced in the Qing prefecture. According to our eyes here, those people entered the Chu family, and then not long after, they were sent away. It is said that the Long clan has an outstanding youngster who summoned a dragon manifestation from the heavens when he entered the immortal world. That caused quite a ruckus in the Qing prefecture. But the Chu family completely covered up this matter, so we don't know many details. As for where the Long clan went, we don't know. Long Chen, why would you suddenly ask this? Oh, it's nothing. When I did my soul search, I found that the Long clan seemed very important to Chu Yingxiong, so I was curious, said Long Chen. Long Chen knew that this Long clan was the Long family from the martial heaven continent's divine families. However, in the academy, he had never read anything regarding the Long family. As for Luo Chanwu and the others, they clearly didn't wish to talk about this matter. Hence, although Long Chen had thousands of questions, he endured. If the Long clan had left, then wouldn't his father have been brought away by them as well? It had to be known that back then, his father was the strongest expert of the Long family. If it wasn't for his soft heart, he might have destroyed all the divine families. In the immortal world, everything was based on power. No matter what kind of sin his father had committed, in front of his immense talent, it didn't matter. Hence, his father should be all right. However, the matter of the Long clan seemed to be salt on an open wound of the Luo family. So, Long Chen naturally wouldn't force these two uncles of his to talk about it. If the Long clan had left this area, then he had no idea where to find them. He would have to wait until he also left this domain. Long Outyan, I didn't expect that you would be getting along so well thanks to my innate talent. You actually have a dragon manifestation in the immortal world? Make sure to take care of my things for now. I will personally come and take them back later. Long Chen smiled darkly. Chapter 3241 The Luo Family's Financial Crisis. Chapter 3241 The Luo Family's Financial Crisis. Luo Chanwu and the others then left the Chu family. And just as expected, the Chu family was wiped out. All the mines and businesses that they had once controlled were fought over. At the start, the Chu family had barged into the Qing prefecture and taken it over in a bloody war. Now the experts were taking everything back from them. But the transfer of ownership was followed by more bloody killing. Although the Chu family was a follower of Lord Brahma, to Lord Brahma, a follower that had no value was meaningless. These sects destroyed the Chu family, and if Lord Brahma asked about it, they could simply join his side. It was that simple. Lord Brahma wouldn't waste time on a useless pawn. Thus, those sects had nothing holding them back from killing and taking everything they wanted. Hence, they went crazy. In a single night, the Chu family was completely destroyed. This overlord was devoured by a pack of wolves. A temporary peace settled, but that peace would be followed by another battle. This pack of wolves would then have to decide who would be the Wolf King. That was the rule of the immortal world. Long Chen returned to the Luo family with everyone. After that, he helped them find a bunch of fist-sized crystals that looked very ordinary. Other than their color and luster standing out a bit, the others couldn't see anything special about them. However, it was these crystals that emitted the specific fragrance that drew the sea demons over. The Luo family then properly stored them. In the future, they might be able to draw the sea demons over in batches as training and also for profit. If they were the ones who controlled the initiative, then they would be able to reduce the casualties. The Chu family's problem was resolved and the Devil Sea was also settled. The Luo family celebrated. But without Luo Zichuan present, it felt like they were missing something. This time, Long Chen once more obtained many heavenly Dao fruits, and he directly gave them to Luo Chanwu to distribute. However, when they saw these heavenly Dao fruits, both Luo Chanwu and Luo Changwen had embarrassed expressions. Luo Changwen said, "Long Chen, why don't you keep these divine fruits? Don't you have your own group? Leave it to them. I don't know when I'll be able to join them again, so I want to first create an army of primals in the Luo family," said Long Chen. There was no need to rush things with the Dragon Blood Legion. It would have to wait until he was firmly settled outside of this domain. It was unknown how many people were being drawn over to him because of the Bloodkill Order, so he definitely wouldn't be lacking heavenly Dao fruit in the future. The main thing is, I'll tell you the truth. With the Luo family's current financial state, we are unable to raise so many primals. I actually have mixed feelings about giving 600 people these divine fruits. If I had known that they would have such an effect, I wouldn't have let so many people consume them. Luo Chanwu bitterly smiled. The Four-Peak realm was an expensive realm. Four-Peak. To raise 4 attributes of a person to the absolute pinnacle, allowing them to decide their future cultivation path. Due to their heritage, the Luo family's experts prioritized their bloodlines and then their souls before choosing a specific element. As a result, they could be considered blood cultivators. Although they had produced a single immortal King Zichuan that shook the heavenly swell domain, their financial foundation wasn't as great. To put it frankly, they were actually quite poor. Otherwise, Luo Shui wouldn't risk her life fighting in the 9 Prefecture Convention just to obtain a treasure item. A treasure item was something that most sects simply gifted their primals. Some sects would even give a primal multiple treasure items. This embarrassing matter wasn't something that they should tell Long Chen. However, Long Chen had shown his sincerity, and these two brothers felt that they had no choice but to tell him. The Four-Peak realm required an enormous amount of medicinal pills. That was because they were raising 4 attributes at once. It was like raising 4 people in one go. In particular, a primal possessed even stronger bloodline power, and raising them required an ocean's worth of resources. Hence, the Chu family already found it taxing to raise a few dozen primals. And now they had 600 primals with an awakened primal bloodline at once. After a moment of excitement, Luo Chanwu almost wept. It felt like he had suddenly given birth to a group of good children, only for him to have no milk to raise them. That feeling truly felt terrible, and yet he was unable to show it. He could only think of a way. Now Longchen was giving them more, so the two of them had no idea what to do. They were stuck. Longchen smiled slightly. Don't worry. Isn't it just a problem of medicinal pills? Have you forgotten that I'm a master alchemist? You've all eaten the pills that I refined. Do you have such little confidence in me? But with so many people, even if you refine pills all day, you won't be able to keep up. What about your own cultivation? Luo Changwen shook his head. 600 primals had appeared in the Luo family, and adding on their original primals, they needed far more medicinal pills than they had. The amount required would exhaust Longchen in no time. The Luo family wouldn't allow such a thing. I told you that you're overthinking things. My medicinal pills don't necessarily need to be refined by myself. I have some small secrets that I'll keep to myself, but in any case, we have as many medicinal pills as we need. Even if the Luo family was raising 100,000 primals, there would still be enough pills. Go distribute the heavenly Tao fruits. As for medicinal pills, don't panic. They'll talk to the friends from the Huayan Trading Company, and everything will be fine, said Longchen, forcing Luo Chanwu to take the heavenly Tao fruits. Luo Chanwu was bewildered. He then picked out some disciples for the heavenly Tao fruits. Once those disciples also awakened their primal bloodlines, the Luo family would have close to 1,000 primals. When they grew up, they would definitely be an extremely terrifying force. However, 4 peak pills were a big problem. Every person had different specialties, and thus they needed different pills. There were far too many pills required. For example, if a person picked runes for blood, soul, metal, and bone, the medicinal energies that they needed to consume would be different, and the order in which they consumed them would have to change as well. Only when all 4 attributes were fully satisfied could a person progress to the next level. If a person consumed the wrong pill, resulting in one of these attributes no longer being able to be fully satisfied, there would be no way to advance to the next realm. The 4-peak realm was the most terrifying realm when it came to the pills required. If you had money, then eating the wrong one could be made up for. But people without money could only weep if they consumed the wrong pill. It wasn't that the Luo family didn't want to raise 4-peak primals, but they couldn't raise so many. Seeing such good talent be wasted was even more painful to watch than killing them. Furthermore, for the 4-peak pills prioritizing the bloodline, there was a certain main ingredient required. That was the essence blood of a kind of spirit beast. It was very expensive and was the biggest headache for them. However, Longchen wasn't worried about these things with the Huayan Trading Company present. Such a popular ingredient could definitely be obtained. With Hulong and the moon and star refining furnace, he could refine as many pills as required. What Luo Chanwu was worried about was nothing to Longchen. Furthermore, raising the Luo family would allow his heart to rest at ease. It could also count as atonement for his mother, he supposed. Although he didn't think that his mother had done anything wrong, compensating the Luo family would make him feel a bit better. Longchen sat in front of Luo's Zichuan stone hut and closed his eyes. His mind then sank into the primal chaos space. There was a pill furnace shuddering here like a convict on death row. Hee, the Chu family's people are actually quite good. They've sent me quite a few good things. Longchen's eyes shone brightly as he looked at this pill furnace. He prepared to subdue this king item. Chapter 3242 Demon Moon Reborn. Chapter 3242 Demon Moon Reborn. There was an item spirit inside of the pill furnace. But it was very cowardly and didn't dare to unleash its divine might in front of the primal chaos space. From start to end, it was too scared to even resist. It was just like those bone blade flame devils from the netherworld that didn't dare to resist in front of the three-eyed life form. They simply allowed themselves to be devoured. This was beyond Long Chen's expectations. He had thought that king items were divine weapons of world kings that possessed the power to destroy heaven and earth. But Chu Yingxiang simply didn't even have the power to use it. Even if he was able to send it smashing toward Long Chen like a shooting star by relying on faith energy, he was unable to bring out even 1/10,000th of its power. Even then, this pill furnace was very powerful. Long Chen's black saber had directly shattered on contact with it. Long Chen hit the pill furnace. But no matter how he provoked it, the item spirit didn't release the slightest fluctuation. Now Long Chen was getting worried. If he couldn't kill the item spirit inside, how could he use this pill furnace? It had to be known that this was a day-night furnace. It had Fallen Day Knight's mark inside of it. If Fallen Day Knight were to sense him using it, he could probably simply order the item spirit to detonate, and it would kill Long Chen with it. However, no matter how he tried to draw it out, the item spirit acted like it was dead, refusing to unleash the slightest fluctuation. "Useless thing! How could Fallen Day Knight make a coward like you?" cursed Long Chen. However, even his curses didn't draw out the item spirit. Long Chen clenched his teeth. This was a priceless treasure, but without killing the item spirit, he didn't dare to use it. What to do? Long Chen thought about it. He didn't dare to allow the moon and star refining furnace to devour its soul, as that would be like asking an ant to devour an elephant. The slightest resistance from the day-night furnace would destroy the moon and star refining furnace's item spirit. "Big brother Long Chen, let me!" Lei Linger then transformed into a lightning rune. She stuck to the pill furnace, and that rune spread like a net, covering the entire pill furnace. "Big brother Long Chen, it's very pitiable. It says that it doesn't like you and begs that you don't kill it," said Lei Linger. Long Chen was startled. Lei Linger was actually capable of communicating directly with the pill furnace. That was very curious. "Ask it its origins," said Long Chen. After a moment, Lei Linger said that this pill furnace was created by a disciple of Fallen Day Knight. After the immortal world's heavenly tribulation, the pill furnace gained sentience and an item spirit. It then had Fallen Day Knight's mark branded into it. To put it frankly, it was a slave. Because it was only made less than 1,000 years ago, its item spirit was still very weak. It was then given to one of Lord Brahma's outstanding loyal followers. That follower was an alchemist because only through refining pills could a pill furnace quickly grow up. In truth, this pill furnace was something that Emputa had borrowed from that person. Using it as enticement, he had made it so that the Chu family would unleash their full power to eliminate Long Chen. If they succeeded, Emputa only needed to play a few tricks to take back the pill furnace. Then after giving the Chu family some compensation, that matter would be over. If the Chu family failed, that was even simpler. That alchemist would simply activate the summoning rune, and the pill furnace would directly connect a bridge between them and return. Regretfully, they had miscalculated. Any treasure that landed in Long Chen's pocket could not leave. The reason Lei Linger was capable of communicating with this item spirit was because the item spirit was also a lightning spirit body. However, it was very weak and couldn't communicate with the rest of the world. It was only because Lei Linger was also a lightning spirit that she could understand its spiritual fluctuations. After hearing this story, Long Chen was speechless. "Emputa, what is wrong with you? For good or bad, you are a world king, and yet you can shamelessly pull off something like this?" The Chu family and Emputa were absolutely shameless, with absolutely no limit to it. Without thinking about it, it was obvious that Lord Brahma and Fallen Day Knight were probably the same. "Lei Linger, tell it that I cannot kill it, but its spiritual seal must be erased. Is it willing to merge with another item spirit?" "One body, two souls," said Long Chen. After a bit, Lei Linger returned, standing in front of him. "It said that anything is alright as long as you don't kill it. Are you sure that it's reliable?" asked Long Chen seriously. This was not a small matter. It must be done cautiously. It's too young and hasn't fully awakened its spirit. It doesn't know how to lie yet, said Lei Linger confidently. After saying that, she smiled oddly. Long Chen bitterly smiled. Girl, are you saying that the human race is the one adept at telling lies? These natural souls of heaven and earth were pure at the start. If they had a good example to follow, they would be good too. But if they had a bad example, they would become bad as well. Lei Linger giggled. No, you're overthinking it. Although that was what she said, her expression said everything. But she wasn't wrong. In the end, the existence most skilled in lying and cheating others could only be the human race. If Lei Linger was guaranteeing this, Long Chen was at ease. With her help, he slowly inserted the demon moon furnace's item spirit, Linger, into this pill furnace. He heard his heart pounding in his ears, afraid that he was harming Linger. If that happened, he wouldn't even have a chance to save her. Fortunately, Lei Linger was truly dependable. The pill furnace's item spirit didn't reject the demon moon furnace's item spirit. It actually enveloped Linger with its own energy, and both spirits began to share the power of the pill furnace. When their two spirits merged, Long Chen clearly sensed Linger's spiritual fluctuations. He then sighed with relief. The moon and star refining furnace had been revived. Now Linger was also on the verge of reviving. Once she did, Long Chen would have two powerful helpers to refine pills for him. He wondered if she would be able to refine demonic pills once she woke up. As for its slave seal, Lei Linger, can you handle it? Asked Long Chen. No problem. We are both lightning bodies. I just need to draw the slave seal into my body and slowly erase it. If no outside power interferes, it will only take a few days, said Lei Linger. Long Chen nodded. Then there was no need for Huolong to do anything. It just so happened that he had important business for Huolong. Long Chen extracted the devil core from the bone blade flame devil's head, and runes flowed on top of it. He seemed to be able to see a lava sea of energy from those runes. With the devil core extracted, Huolong immediately flew out and coiled around it. Long Chen smiled. This devil core contained terrifying flame energy. It had to be known that this was a flame element life form that had reached the immortal king realm. The flame energy contained within its body was absolutely terrifying. Huolong began to absorb that energy. As for Long Chen, he eyed the giant bone blade. Chapter 32-43 Jing Huolong arrives. Chapter 32-43 Jing Huolong arrives. The giant bone blade was snow white, and was perfectly straight with a slight curve at the tip. The bone blade flame devil had two important parts to its body. One was its devil core, while the other was its bone blade. Those were where its life essence was gathered. This bone blade was a natural divine weapon with blood-red marks flickering on it. Those marks activated its sharpness, but flame energy was required to activate them. Long Chen knew that the bone blade flame devils were terrifying, but he hadn't expected to personally encounter one. It seems that my old weapon didn't suit me, so they sent me another one. The Chu family really is nice. Long Chen stroked the bone blade. Sensing its thrumming energy, Long Chen felt like the Chu family was truly wonderful. However, just as he tried to lift the bone blade, he found that it merely quivered a few times, shocking him. It was actually so heavy? The corpse had been directly put away into the primal chaos space, so he hadn't taken note of its weight. It was only now when he tried to lift it that he found it was shockingly heavy. It was many times heavier than the black saber. Boom! Long Chen dragged the bone blade out of the primal chaos space, and it landed on the ground, shaking the entire mountain. Damn, it's dozens of times heavier than the black saber. Long Chen was excited. This bone blade was even more terrifying than he had expected. He had truly profited. Long Chen then bit his finger and drew a mark on the bone blade. His expression was solemn. This was an ancient offering ceremony he had seen in an old text. He didn't know if it would be useful or not. He was using his own essence blood to form an agreement with the blade. the bone blade had no soul. Thus, his own essence blood would be what created the spirit. In the immortal world, once an item's quality reached a certain tier, it was possible to inject spirituality into it. However, that was very cruel. It required the souls of other lifeforms to be injected into the item, turning them into puppets. Only an item spirit on the level of a king item had natural spirituality bestowed upon it by the heavenly Das. But there was also an ancient rite that used a person's essence blood to inject spirituality into a divine weapon. However, this art had been lost. Long Chun had no guarantee of success. But then, without a spirit, would this giant blade have any use? It wasn't as if he could just smash it at people, no? At this moment, Long Chen's rune was absorbed by the blade, and a pattern appeared on top of it. It appeared to be a vein of blood chi flowing within it. It succeeded? This luck! Long Chen was delighted. He hadn't expected to succeed. As the blood flowed, the bone blade quivered. Long Chen suddenly felt a sense of familiarity with it. Ha! Success! Long Chen laughed, and pressed his hand against the saber. This giant blade then shrank until it was only 7 feet long. After that, Long Chen lifted it, his hand shuddering. He was almost unable to lift it. It was 7 feet long and 2 inches wide. The blade itself was very thin. After shrinking, its sharp aura was shocking, and he felt that it was cold to the skin. Long Chen then tested it on the ground and found that it was like piercing tofu. It easily cut through this tough rock. What a good blade! No wonder even though the bone blade flame devil was crushed, this blade remained perfectly intact. Its weight is refreshing. Long Chen stared at the bone blade excitedly. It was probably comparable to a king item. After shrinking, it was like an elephant tusk, as white as jade. Looking at it, he was growing more and more fond of it. It can grow and shrink at will. Hee, nice. Once Wulong is done absorbing the devil core, I'll insert flame energy into it and see what happens. Long Chen rubbed the bone blade delightedly. However, he didn't dare to touch the edge of the blade. Its sharpness was something that hurt his skin before even touching it. He had never thought that a bone blade could be so sharp. This blade could cut through treasure items like tofu. Such a weapon was amazing. He even had the urge to wear it on his back like saber masters. That would definitely be flashy. However, he only thought about it. Not showing off one's wealth was the correct path. After 2 days, the Luo family's spies sent word back that according to what they knew, the entire Chu family had been wiped out. Even some families that had intermarried with the Chu family were implicated. Anyone with the Chu family's bloodline had been wiped out. It could be said that the Chu family's bloodline had been fully severed. The grievance between the Luo and Chu families that had lasted for tens of thousands of years had finally come to an end in their generation. Within the main palace, Long Chen, Luo Chanwu, Luo Changwen, the Grand Elder, and the other core elders who had participated in the sneak attack had gathered. As the Chu family had been destroyed, they had to discuss how their Luo family should develop now. But for some reason, after learning about their destruction, after feeling like a great weight had been lifted from them, the Chu family's experts also felt a bit lost. The Chu family was actually just a minor blockade. Our Luo family is the descendant of the violet blood race, so we cannot forget our mission. Our goal is where the family head went. After this battle, thanks to Long Chen, I have already taken that step, said Luo Changwen. Only then did Long Chen come to a realization. No wonder he felt that Luo Changwen's aura was a bit different. He had become a half-step immortal king. The elders were delighted. This was huge. Even without the family head, the Luo family could now protect itself. Everyone then looked at Long Chen gratefully. Long Chen's explosive blood pill had allowed them to experience the power of a half-step immortal king, and had pushed them forward a step. Several of them now touched that barrier. It created a path for them to also become half-step immortal kings in the future. Everyone, don't get overconfident. And Puta definitely won't leave things like this after suffering so many losses. Once everything is in order, I will return to the High Firmament Academy. The Luo family will be my second home. Whatever troubles you have, tell me. But it would be best if the Luo family was more low-key during this time. I will do my best to attract Enputa's attention, said Longchen. He couldn't stay in the Luo family too long. Otherwise, Enputa would very likely strike the Luo family. You are the one who needs to be careful. The blood kill order is very terrifying, warned Luo Chanwu. Hee, don't worry, I'm not so negligent. Enputa has been constantly sending me gifts. How could I reject him? Said Longchen with a laugh. Everyone else also laughed when he said this. Who would have thought that the netherworld lifeforms that the Chu family had summoned would cause their own destruction? Even the king item had been taken by Longchen. That was an absolute treasure. That very day, Longchen brought Qin Feng, Luo Bing, and the others back to the High Firmament Academy. As soon as he returned, a few disciples ran over. Senior apprentice brother, you're back. There have been countless experts from outside the domain who say that they want to challenge you. There's another expert from outside the domain who says that he's your friend. He said that he is surnamed Jing. He's been waiting a day already. Jing Wolong has come? Longchen was absolutely delighted. This fellow had finally come. Without another word, he rushed into the inner academy. Chapter 3244 Only I, Ammonian, will rise to glory. Chapter 3244 Only I, Ammonian, will rise to glory. As soon as Longchen entered the inner academy, he was surrounded by a group of experts. There were hundreds of them, all primals. They had come from outside this domain. After Longchen spread his name in the 9 Prefecture Convention, countless experts near the Heavenly Swell domain came to challenge him. Su Zixiong was one of them, but he was the luckiest. As his head wasn't very good, he had actually barged through the Devil Sea on his own, so he was the fastest. The others had to use the Huayun Trading Company's merchant ships, paying an impressive price to come here. They were all hot-blooded youngsters with outstanding talent and immense arrogance. As soon as they saw Longchen's overbearing display in the photographic jade, they were provoked. They came to challenge him, and through beating him, their names would resound even louder. Defeating famous experts was the fastest way to fame. Youngsters all possessed their own pride, and their heads were simple. Hence, they always liked to walk shortcuts. Because of this, although the price to pass through the Devil Sea hurt, it was a price that they were willing to pay. It was only when they arrived at the High Firmament Academy that they were completely dumbfounded. Many fellow challengers had come, just to line up. In the last few days, it was unknown how many fights had erupted between them. Some people always felt themselves to be special and cut in line. None of them were willing to take a loss lying down. Thus, all kinds of fights broke out between them. There were over 10 people that the High Firmament Academy had to rescue. Hence, when Longchen arrived, those idle experts immediately swarmed him. Longchen, I was first. I challenge you to a fight. One of those experts was afraid others would get the lead, and he immediately charged at Longchen, unleashing a punch. Powerful chi waves surged out of him. His power was very much not bad. Boom! However, people didn't even get a look at what happened. They only saw that expert get sent flying like a shooting star, smashing into a giant steel. That steel was for the Earth rankings of experts. There was a formation protecting it, and that person simply smashed into it like an egg and slid down. Even egg yolk dripped out. When he slid down the steel, his shape no longer resembled a human. Scram! I don't have time for this nonsense. After sending that person flying away, Longchen ignored these people, heading straight for his residence. At this time, elders of the academy carefully peeled the shattered egg off of the steel. Good, he can still be saved. Send him to the infirmary. Why are all of you doing this? Do you not know that there is a phrase in the Heavenly Swell domain, provoke a Yama King, but don't provoke Boss Long San? Youngsters really don't have any respect. What a shame. Those elders dragged the limp egg away with them, while other elders cleaned up the egg yolk on the steel. Everything was quickly cleaned up. Those experts from outside the domain were dumbfounded. They hadn't even seen how this person was defeated. They were confused, not knowing if they should stay here or leave. Hey, don't be dejected. My boss is busy and doesn't have time for you, but we all have time. Furthermore, my boss isn't someone that anyone can challenge. Why not beat me, and then you'll win the qualifications to fight him. Come, we can fight in order of who came first. Don't worry, I won't be as fierce as my boss. As guests that came from so far, we martial friends will make sure not to go too far, said Qin Feng. That instantly made those challengers feel better. After all, they had crossed the Devil's Sea to come here. They couldn't return empty-handed. These experts must have quite a few techniques that you haven't seen before. We can exchange pointers, and it will benefit you. Furthermore, the Academy's disciples can watch and also learn. Don't miss this chance, whispered Qin Feng when he saw that Bai Xiaola and Su Zixiong were confused. Only then did everyone realize why Qin Feng was so enthusiastic. As a result, they received these challengers. They requested the Academy to arrange a martial stage to exchange pointers. Once the news spread, countless disciples were excited and came over to get the best seats to watch. Long Chen ignored all those. With just a single glance, Long Chen could tell the depth of these challengers. Perhaps their talent wasn't bad, but their true combat power wouldn't be much stronger than Su Zixiong when he had come. They were all arrogant fellows who thought themselves to be peerless geniuses and wanted fame. True experts naturally wouldn't waste all the time and effort to cross domains just to challenge him. That was because true experts didn't need approval from others, nor did they care about fame. Brother Long, it's been many years, but you are still the same as ever. Jing Wolong also appeared the same as before, steady and refined. But when he saw Long Chen, he couldn't help spreading his arms and folding Long Chen into a fierce embrace. This is great. Us brothers have finally been reunited. I feel much steadier inside now, said Long Chen emotionally. The battle of the martial heaven continent had thrown Jing Wolong into immense danger, while Long Chen had done his best but hadn't had the ability to save him. Fortunately, he had survived on his own. It's all thanks to the wealth god that we have met once more. I know that my path to wealth will once more shine gloriously. I'm sure you don't mind me putting it like that, ha ha ha. Zheng Wolong laughed. The two of them were both filled with emotions at being reunited. Of course I don't mind. This is the core of a businessman. I'm at ease with you handling my business, said Long Chen, smiling. Jing Wolong was the businessman that Long Chen trusted the most. He could even entrust his life to him. When I first entered the immortal world, I had to start all over. The Huayuan Trading Company's rules are all fair. The greater your business, the better you do, the greater privileges that are afforded to you. Fortunately, I received the wealth god's care. I can rapidly rise, and you are my main benefactor. Between the two of us, there's no need for courteous words. You're going to embarrass me if you put it like that, laughed Long Chen. Long Chen and Jing Wolong had mutually helped each other for a long time now, and their cooperation had brought both sides immense benefits. With Zhang Wolong's arrival, Long Chen felt much better about the future. Have you heard anything about people from the martial heaven continent? Asked Long Chen. I only heard some news about Mo Nian. That fellow's name is an existence that shakes the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It really is a case of only Mo Nian rises to glory, sighed Zheng Wolong. Chapter 32:45 Helping Each Other. Chapter 32:45 Helping Each Other. He's so powerful? Asked Long Chen. Yes, he is powerful. But he is being chased down by the experts of countless sects and powers. There is no lack of immortal kings and world kings amongst them, said Zheng Wolong. What? What did he do? Long Chen was shocked. He had thought that he himself was already strong enough, but he hadn't expected Mo Nian to be even more ruthless. He was actually being chased by experts on that level but was still able to stay alive. Zheng Wolong smiled bitterly. Mo Nian has resumed his old trade. He is studying all kinds of ancient tombs every day, and he's not picky. Anything he sets his sights on, he will directly excavate. It doesn't matter what the status of the master of the tomb is, or what kind of place it is. It is said that he has joined the immeasurable palace, apprenticing himself under Taoist Keida. It is said that his master is also the target of hate from the entire immortal world. As for Mo Nian, it is truly a case of the student surpassing the master. His grave-robbing talent is not at all inferior to his master. Most importantly, his guts are quite big. Even being hunted down, he continues to rob more graves. Wherever he goes, he visits the tombs as well. It's even more of a rampage than his master back in the day. He has 3 priceless treasures on him: a drab helmet, some worn-out boots, and a shovel. These 3 things make it so that even immortal kings are helpless against him. Even when world kings come for him, he can still flee. Tell me, don't you think he's terrifying? Damn, even world kings can't capture him. Mo Nian's doing quite well, said Long Qin, growing envious. It seemed that this fellow had found himself a good master. As for the news about the others, I haven't heard anything. The only reason I heard about Mo Nian is because he's notorious in the immortal world. It's been over a year since I ascended to the immortal world. However, almost all my time is spent on studying the immortal world's treasures and knowledge. I also study appraising techniques from my seniors. This is fundamental to all disciples of the Huayan Trading Company, as every merchant must have a master-level skill in this regard. Just as I smoothly finished this apprenticeship and was preparing to start my business, you appeared. Zheng Wolong smiled. Long Qin nodded. Knowing that Mo Nian was doing so well gave him peace of mind. Following that, Long Qin told Zheng Wolong about what he needed. The materials for refining 4-peak pills and the essence blood of spirit beasts could all be provided by Zheng Wolong. The only problem was that Long Qin was asking for as many of those ingredients as possible. As Zheng Wolong had just started his business, there was no way he could act as he had on the Martial Heaven continent, where he could directly provide anything. There were still many restrictions on him, and he didn't have that much authority in the Huayan Trading Company. Knowing this, Long Qin didn't waste words. He took out 100,000 divine whiskered daffodils and hundreds of thousands of various top-grade spirit pills. Moreover, there were also 2,000 treasure pills and quite a few wood foundation divine trees. Upon seeing this many treasures, Zheng Wolong was instantly delighted. Long Qin had never disappointed him. These divine whiskered daffodils were filled with spiritual qi, so even a single one of them could be sold for a great price. What about 100,000 then? That was a terrifying number. Other than that, the medicinal pills could also be sold for an unimaginable price. In order for the moon and star refining furnace to quickly grow, Huolong had never paused, so the 2 of them were constantly refining pills. However, most of the pills were no longer useful to Long Qin, and it just so happened that he could leave them to Zheng Wolong. Zheng Wolong was truly worthy of being an elite businessman. He actually recognized the Wood Foundation divine trees. At that moment, he was completely dumbfounded. Long Qin. This thing. Zheng Wolong not only recognized it, but through the patterns of the wood, he could tell just how great these Wood Foundation divine trees were. A Wood Foundation divine tree capable of bearing fruit. If others knew that someone had cut off the branches of such a treasure, they would definitely curse this person to death. As long as you can sell it, I can get you more. I need all kinds of materials urgently as we need to hurry and charge forward. So can it be sold? Asked Long Qin. Of course. It can be sold for a very high price. Wood element immortal kings can turn the wood into goods, and they can insert wood spiritual energy into it as well. It's the best thing for assisting the cultivation of a wood element disciple. It's a treasure for families focusing on wood element cultivation, said Zheng Wolong. Then how to deal with them will be up to you. I need the resources that I mentioned. Once you return to the Huayan Trading Company, make an assessment, and get me those materials for 4-peak pills. It doesn't matter what element the materials are: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, dark, blood, bone, muscle, or soul. As long as they can be used for 4-peak pills, gather them. If those elements can't be used on my side, I'll refine them into pills and you can sell them. I can work fast and won't make it hard on you, said Long Chen. What he was lacking the most was 4-peak pills because the Luo family had so many 4-peak experts. Although the High Firmament Academy definitely had the materials to make the pills, the amount that Long Chen required was astonishing. He couldn't make things hard on the academy. After all, this was the Luo family's matter. To use the academy's things to raise the Luo family's talents was inappropriate. All right, I'll bring these goods away, and I'll immediately start sending you things. Jing Wulong gave Long Chen a list with the names, qualities, amounts, and production dates of various treasures that he had. Even though he was so familiar with Long Chen, giving this list was part of his duties as part of the Huaiyun Trading Company. Once Jing Wulong left, Long Chen finally thought of those experts that had come from outside the domain. When he asked about them, he learned that Qin Feng had gathered them at the martial stage so that they could exchange pointers with the academy's disciples. Unfortunately, they were disappointed to find that these experts were not strong. On his own, Su Zixiong defeated 18 of them in a row, with not one person being able to exchange more than 3 blows with him. In the end, he was bored and had the newcomer primals who had joined the academy fight them. However, Su Zixiong didn't laugh at them. He knew that when he had first come, he wasn't much stronger than them. During this time, the reason a gap had been made between them was because he had gone to the Luo family's honing heavenly staircase, which allowed him to sharpen himself. He was filled with gratitude toward Long Chen, as well as rejoicing in the fact that he had made the right choice back then. If he hadn't gotten so hot-headed as to run to the heavenly swell domain, would he possibly be as powerful as he was right now? The fights between these experts and the Academy's newcomer primals resulted in those experts only winning a minority of the fights. Moreover, when they learned that Su Zixiong was nothing more than the weakest person amongst Long Chen's subordinates, they almost coughed up blood. They had seen a recording of Qin Feng fighting, and they felt that he was nothing more than a footman. But when Su Zixiong said that he couldn't even receive 3 blows from him, those geniuses were dumbfounded. How come they didn't see anything outstanding in their photographic jades? Photographic jades only recorded images but not the true profundities of a person, let alone that invisible pressure and might that appeared on the battlefield. I'd advise you to not waste time and join the High Firmament Academy like me. Just follow boss as well, shouted Su Zixiong. Those experts stared at him. That was actually a very moving thought.